Another Red Zone live stream. I little late, sorry, but I had to get going for some reason, and now we're going to be here for the rest of the Red Zone games. I wanted to let you know that I found out that I only have one game this week from the 425s. It is the New England Buffalo games. We're going to want for the third straight week. Buffalo has to finish last. Up the gut, first down and more. We're in Indianapolis. It's to the 40. It's to the 30. To the 20. He's not going to drop the ball now. Taylor, touchdown. Colts, and he runs to the locker room. This time he did not drop the ball before he entered the end zone, and Indianapolis has a 13-7 lead on Tennessee. In Carolina, touchdown, Adam Thielen. Panthers are making it rain on Arizona. 19-3, Carolina. And we're going to see if Pinheiro misses another extra point. The Panthers have nothing to play for, but they are running wild on Arizona, who has a lot to play for. 14-7 Colts, so they lead. Eagles lead by 14, as you know. I believe the Giants, Falcons, I think that game is tied. That might be 14-7. I'll have to see. Kick is right down Broadway. It's 21-3. Panthers. So I'll take a quick look at the NFL scores just so I can kind of update everybody what's going on. It's all Lions. Bengals have a 14-0 lead after the Browns were driving and fumbled in the end zone. Yeah, Falcons do have the lead there, 10-7 against the Giants. And Philadelphia is saying they caused a fumble. They lead by 14, and they say they have the football. I believe they do. They're going to review this. They are going to review this. Also, you guys can comment if you want. Welcome, everybody, to this stream. All right, the one game we're looking for to see who has the advantage is Jets and Rams. That's a big game. They're tied. The Jets have the ball on a 3rd and long on Los Angeles' own 45-yard line. It's 6-6, actually, in MetLife Stadium. Let me give you the clinching scenarios today. Actually, let me give you the elimination scenarios, because that's actually not on. Let me tell you those. San Francisco is eliminated from the postseason with a Washington win or a San Francisco loss or draw and wins by Los Angeles and Seattle. Eliminates them from the playoffs. They're eliminated from the wild card with a draw or a loss to Miami. They are eliminated from the also eliminated from the wild card with a win by Washington. Right now, Washington is on defense without the football. So if Philadelphia wins, they're entrenched to be a top 2 seed. Which would put them along with whoever wins the NFC North. Although I think if Green Bay wins the North, as Cleveland gets a first down with their backup quarterback, I believe that Philadelphia would clinch the 1 seed because All right, guys. I am back, and we're ready to go. Jalen Hurts is gone for the rest of this game. That's important, and going to be really important. And I'll tell you this, if he is hurt for an extended amount of time and Philadelphia does still win this game, I'm telling you, there is a team that's going to be really happy. That's be Dallas. Because Dallas has Washington on their schedule. They would also have the Eagles. But if they lose against Tampa Bay, they're out of the playoffs no matter what happens with anybody else. And then that's tonight when Dallas plays Tampa Bay. So that's an elimination with San Francisco. Cincinnati eliminated with a loss or a draw. Miami eliminated with a loss or a draw. Indianapolis eliminated with a loss or a draw. Rodgers in the gun. We're back to MetLife. This game is tied. Arizona would love a Jet win. Rodgers stands in, throws high, incomplete. So the clinching scenarios in the postseason for playoff spots so far are Denver is in with Cleveland, Tennessee, and San Francisco wins. Right now, Cincinnati is winning and the Colts are winning. Chargers are in with a San Francisco win and a Tennessee win. Tennessee's losing, obviously. Miami, San Francisco has not started yet. In the NFC for playoff spots, Packers are in with a win or draw tomorrow. Also, if the Rams lose or draw, they're tying right now, and Atlanta loses or draws, or if Atlanta loses or draws, and Seattle loses or draws. So Green Bay cannot clinch today if Atlanta beats the Giants or something that doesn't happen. A good run to the outside for Chicago. They trail by 20 with a lot of time left in the second quarter. And then Washington is in the postseason with a win, an Atlanta loss or draw, and a Ram loss or draw, a win, Atlanta loss or draw, or Seattle loss or draw, or a draw, Atlanta loss, Arizona loss or draw, Los Angeles loss or draw, Seattle loss or draw, but they can't draw if Los Angeles draws. It's a very weird situation for the Commanders, but they cannot get in with a loss. So these are the deals here. Here's Caleb Williams, who's been sacked the most in the NFL, and you'd think that the Bears are going to be going for an offensive lineman in the draft then. He throws the short screen. DJ Moore spins to the 5. First down, Chicago. All right, we're in North Carolina. It is all Panthers. Cardinals need something. They need a big gain. They need a touchdown here. James Conner gets a block. Stiffs his way through, and he is taken out at the 7-yard line. First and goal. All right, handoff. Conner up the gut. Conner, touchdown, Arizona. Well, it's now only a 10-point game. Extra point was good, 20-10, Panthers. But it is still the Panthers up by 10. All right, here are the Bears. Williams, fake, sidearms one, out of the end zone at second and goal. Now we're in Bergen County. Here is Aaron Rodgers. Short screen. Caught by Breece Hall. Taken down at the 2. A great gain, and it's second and goal with 14 seconds left in the half. Still tied at 6, the Rams and New York. The Rams leading the division, but a loss or a draw unless Seattle loses or draws would give Seattle the division lead. Handoff up the gut, close to the 1. It's 3rd and goal from the half-yard line. DeAndre Swift was taken down by Campbell and a couple of our linebackers in Detroit. All right, in Chicago, sorry, for the Lions. Here we go, back to Atlanta. 3rd and 6, throw over the middle, caught. First down, Atlanta to the 16-yard line. Mooney from the rookie Penix from Washington. All right, 3rd and goal, Chicago. They're trying to get on the board. This has been a long drive for them. They're likely going to make this 4-down territory. All right, 14 seconds to go in the first half. Jets in Los Angeles, 2nd and goal. Back to Chicago, touchdown, Chicago. Cole Kmet, 5 yards from Caleb Williams, and the shutout is over. It's 20-6. Into the end zone, is it caught? It is incomplete with 9 seconds left, and it's 3rd and goal for the Jets. They nearly scored. You can see Cole Kmet, they thought he was a blocker, not a receiver, but he got out into the flat. Rodgers in the gun, 3rd and goal. We have a timeout by Los Angeles with the clock that was already stopped. And we know that this is likely going to be a throw into the end zone because the Jets have no timeouts. All right, here's Penix, 2nd and 1. Ocean Man comes, the tailback. Hands it off to the other running back, up the gut, 1st down, Atlanta. 1st and goal to 4. So the standings the way they are right now, well, actually, it was a little switched a little bit. Richardson has a man. Mitchell, 1st down, Indianapolis. A huge gain for the Colts. All right, 3rd and goal. Rodgers throws into the end zone, incomplete. 3 seconds left, and here comes the kicking unit, and New York can take a lead into the cold half here in northern New Jersey. All right, we're back to sunny Georgia with the other New York team. Defending, 1st and goal, handoff inside. Cuts up tackle, touchdown, Atlanta. Robinson, Bijan Robinson, and Atlanta extends the lead. It's 16 points for them. Also, interestingly enough, if Tampa draws or loses, as the Jets have taken the lead, the kick is right down Broadway, the Atlanta would actually take the division lead. For all of Tampa's hot streak, if Dallas wins at home, and they've started to look, they started to look like they've kind of found themselves a little bit. If the Cowboys win the game, or it's a draw, and Atlanta just finish off this win, Atlanta is going to be in the driver's seat for the NFC South, not Tampa Bay. Jaden Daniels from his own end zone has a man. It's caught. A big 1st down on the Philadelphia 45. Washington must score a touchdown. They are trailing by 14 in this first half still. So here we go. If anybody's here, I'd like you to comment. Like, subscribe if you like this stuff. Here is a quarterback keeper for Indianapolis, and they're going to be short. So this drive likely will not get a touchdown unless they go for it. We're back in Cincinnati. Here's Joe Burrow. Burrow going to scramble. Burrow gets out of it. Shovel pass. Has a man, the big tight end. He's got a first down, and he's at the 45. Oh, my. Joe Burrow, the magic man. He does it again. Joe Burrow had a defensive tackle grabbing him and pulling him down. He had 3 guys on him, and he sidearmed the ball, flipped it to his tight end, who gets 13 and a first down. Oh, okay. Hope you enjoyed that. Kick is right down Broadway. Indianapolis with a 10-point lead, 17-7, 2:09 to go in the half. For the Colts. Is the Jets game at halftime? It is. It is at halftime. New York has a 9-6 lead, and they could help a bunch of teams out in the NFC West with a win. Specifically, Arizona, who has been mailing it in North Carolina. Also, Seattle plays playoff-bound Minnesota later. And San Francisco plays Miami, playing for their playoff lives. A couple teams can clinch. Washington, Los Angeles, Denver. Los Angeles Chargers, I should mention. Daniels gets walloped. He has a man. He caught it. Touchdown, Washington. What a throw. What a catch. Terry McLaurin. And back we go at FedEx Field. Yes. I think this is a real person, but sure. It is a one-score game once again, and Philadelphia does not have Jalen Hurts for the rest of this game. If anyone's late did not know this, Jalen Hurts is out with a knee injury. I believe it's a knee injury. We don't know if he'll play against Dallas next week or the Giants the week after. But I'll tell you this. The way things have gone, Dallas is still in it. Although a Washington win eliminates the Cowboys from the playoffs. They play later tonight against Tampa Bay. Here is Joe Burrow. Joe doing it again. First down and more. Joe Burrow's going to slide close to the field goal target line. First down. No, it's okay, Tristan. Alexis. It's okay, Alexis. It's okay. He has changed, actually. Alexis, he has changed. I've spoken to him, and he's been a lot better. It's been great. Myles Garrett, the former Texas A&M Aggie, has done something no player in the history of the National Football League has done, which is gone to more than 100 sacks before turning 29. No player has done that. Well, Drew Lock is sacked and he might have lost the football. Atlanta says they have the football. They do. No, but he actually has. He spoke to me. We talked about it after the whole thing went down with you-know-who. Trent and I spoke about it, and he actually did mature. You know who we're talking about, who we won't mention, has not. But Trent has. And he's even pursued, looking with broadcasting, with his middle school, whatever you were telling me. He's actually, taking things seriously. He's grown up a little bit. I respect that. But I appreciate your concern, Alexis, and I take what you say seriously. Alexis, let me know if you want to talk about anything here. We have a long, rangy field goal for the Bengals. This is got to be around 60 yards. I think they might go Joe on a Hail Mary. 4th and 1. We have a flag in Chicago. I'm trying to see the personnel. Okay, this is Detroit ball. We have a flag. Now, Dan Campbell always goes for it. when the situation makes sense to do. We have an offside of Chicago, no fourth down. And it's going to be a first down for the Lions with 2:02 to go in the half. I forget what team he's on. I think he got demoted because they whatever team it was, either the Devils or the Montreal, I forget. I think have a good young backup and then a strong starter. Kick is right down Broadway. That is a long field goal attempt. And it is 17-0 Cincinnati Bengals. A loss or a draw, the Bengals are out. A win, and they're very much in the playoff race with Denver and Pittsburgh coming in next week. And Jamar Chase has also broken the most receiving yards in a single season for the Bengals in the career. A big sack for Washington. They're coming after the quarterback here. Also, we wonder with the Jets. A Jet win would keep the San Francisco 49ers, if they win. Actually, it would keep San Francisco in the division race no matter what they do if Seattle loses or draws. But if Seattle wins, San Francisco would still have to win. But it would really help them. We can say that with a win. Brown catches the football and he is taken down 4 yards short of the marker. The Commanders force a 4th and 1. Marshawn Lattimore with the play. And it looks like they're going to have to punt. All right, we have Atlanta losing yards, but driving the football. They're trying to just smoke the Giants out of Georgia here. Giants have their final home game next week against Indianapolis. That is huge because Indianapolis is going to have a chance to, go through the playoffs. Although if they lose today, they won't be playing for anything next week in MetLife. And then the Giants will be in Philadelphia. So the Giants are playing at least one playoff team and playing a couple others trying to push into the postseason right now who are out of playoff spots if the playoffs started today. But Indianapolis is 8th in the AFC. And I believe Atlanta is 8th as well. Or it might be Seattle. No. Yeah, Seattle's in the final spot, final cutoff spot. Although if things hold, looks like they would, that would be Los Angeles in that position. Jahmyr Gibbs is forced backwards. Lions were driving, 2nd and goal, 20-7. So we'll check out some of the NHL scores. Rangers and Carolina, that's a huge divisional game. And Carolina actually has a 2-1 lead at the end of the second. 3rd period in Madison Square Garden. This would be a huge win for the Rangers. Handoff up the gut. Jahmyr Gibbs is taken behind the line of scrimmage. How did you let Trevion out? I'm telling you, he actually has changed. You got to trust me on this. He honestly didn't do as bad things. He was honestly just making jokes and stuff like that. And he would laugh at memes and things. He didn't do the kind of stuff is it's flipped out of bounds, and the Giants pick it off out to the 25. Are the Steelers in the playoffs? Yes, they are. Trent, here's what I'm going to do. And I don't want you to get mad at me or anything. I really appreciate you, and I like your support. Just because, like, I don't really want to have a fight with Alexis or anything about anything specifically as I'm broadcasting this game, as this is thrown incomplete in Carolina. I'm going to remove you as a mod, but if someone comes in that's, like, really weird and you have a feeling it's him, I'll bring you up as a mod. If you do enough good, I'll probably put you as a mod permanently, maybe in a couple weeks. I'll decide. Amon-Ra St. Brown, touchdown, Lions! And so, yeah, it is a Giants ball. So I'm removing you as a mod, Trent, but I'm not deleting you. I'm not doing anything like that. But I'm gonna put you as a mod if any weird people come in again, and then eventually if you do enough and you prove to people that what you did was just laugh at just memes that you could find randomly on the internet and not anything that's, demeaning of people, if you know what I mean by that, and types of people, then I could probably put you as a permanent mod. But right now, I'm not going to be able to do that. Okay, cool. Flag down. And obviously, Alexis, last thing I'll say about this, Alexis, if you're here, I'll say this. I don't appreciate people who do anything horrible that demean people on race, religion, sexuality, anything like that. Of course not. And you know that. And you know what happened. That was not me. That was other people. And I couldn't take control because I didn't know. I was young too. But I also believe people can change. And I know that he never believed in any of those things. He just was a follower because he was much, much younger. And he's matured. The other one has not, but he's matured, and I'm proud of that. And I'm proud of where you are, too, and I think you're a great contributor as well. DJ Dallas, touchdown, Arizona. And it is a one-score game. So Alexis, if you kind of hear what I'm saying, I hope you can understand what I'm saying. Done with that, though. I'm done with talking about that unless you actually have another point you want to make. But with the Steelers, they are in the playoffs. They clinched. We actually announced it on the stream last week. They clinched off of, I'm trying to remember who lost. There were a couple teams that had to lose, that ended up losing. I think it was Indianapolis, that got the Steelers in. They would have won their division with a win yesterday, but they are out of the play. They're in the postseason for, I believe, at the third straight season. And the Titans just throw a pick in Indianapolis, and he hurdles a man. Now the Colts have the ball driving in this second quarter, leading by 10. We got a flag. But and the flag was on Tennessee, actually. And the Colts are going to score. Touchdown, Indianapolis. And they go to the half. Touchdown, Colts. 24-7, all Indianapolis. And they will stave off clinches for Los Angeles Chargers and Denver. But they would stay in the playoffs. And the Colts have two very easy games coming up. The problem is the Chargers also do. The Chargers have those teams fronted for the playoffs. The Chargers have the easiest strength of schedule remaining. They have New England and Las Vegas, the two worst teams in the American Football Conference, the AFC. The Colts, though, have the second weakest strength of schedule. They have Jacksonville and the Giants. Jacksonville is the third weakest team in the AFC. And the Giants are the second weakest team in the NFL, or the weakest team in the NFL. Basically, it's the same schedule for both teams. Meanwhile, Cincinnati they have a tough schedule left. They have Denver and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was a lot to play for, as the Commanders call a timeout with 2:32 left in the second quarter. defending a 3rd and 7. I didn't even know. Honestly, I don't know what happened. I don't know a lot of things that happened in the NHL. I know the Canucks lost in overtime. I know the Red Wings got decimated by Montreal, losing to Montreal on back-to-back nights, which is not good. Not good at all. It's a terrible sign. But, and I know the Devils won 3-0. I don't remember who they beat. I think it was a fairly good team. But I don't really know what else happened in the NHL. I was preoccupied with a lot of other things. And the Bulls and football. My Texans. Aaron Rodgers is going to slide. They've already started the third quarter in MetLife. It is 9-6 Jets. And momentarily, if the Jets hold this lead and win, it would momentarily give the Seahawks, who play at 405, the lead in the division. All right, we're back to the Windy City. Caleb Williams, 40 seconds left. He has a man down the sideline. Touchdown, Chicago. Keenan Allen. And the deficit was 20. It is now 14, and it could go to 13 with an extra point. 27-13 Lions. A touchdown for Keenan Allen with 39 seconds left in the first half. Yeah, I'll take a look at what happened last night. See, oh, wow. Big win against Columbus. Huge win. Nashville beat Los Angeles in overtime. A lot of games in overtime last night. Edmonton beat San Jose in overtime. Edmonton seems to win every time they go to overtime. Big win for Boston. Buffalo still winless in December. It is December 22nd, and Buffalo has not won a game in the month of December. It's stunning. 6-4 Calgary beating Chicago. Jets shut out Winnipeg last night. Pittsburgh, so it wasn't as good a team as I thought. Kick us right down Broadway. 27-14 Lions. And the other games I missed was Islanders beating Toronto, which was a huge win. And Vegas, who's been rolling, beating Seattle. Rodgers throws on the run, caught. First down. Jets, Garrett Wilson. And he caught it right at the sticks. So, there are 3 games at 5. 2 that I have rooting interest in. The 2 rooting interests, it's in Tampa Bay, Panthers and Lightning Battle of Florida. First time these 2 teams meet. Anaheim, Utah. And then the other 5 o'clock game I have no rooting interest in. Although I do have interest in it as a hockey fan. It's a very intriguing game because both teams have strong scoring, and they were both involved in the Luc Dubois deal, Los Angeles and Washington from D.C. And then Ottawa and Edmonton later, and Seattle and Colorado later, a rematch from 2 years ago in the postseason. Okay. Here we go. Rodgers fakes the give. 1st and 10. Rodgers has all day. He has a tight end wide open to the 40, and it's 2nd and short for the Jets, who are marching. Let's check the NBA. What scores there are in the NBA. Only 3 today. 2 at 6 and 1 at 7. So it'll be a while till we get to those. Rodgers hands the ball off, and he's not even going to get maybe a yard. It's 3rd and short for the Jets. They are not in field goal range yet. They lead by 3, just inside Los Angeles territory. Dominated them, yep. How about the fact that in the new playoff format, all home teams won. 3 out of the Big Ten are in. In fact, the closest game, I guess, was what? In the Battle of Indiana? Notre Dame, Indiana? Fakes the handoff. Rodgers rolls out, has a man. 1st down to the 30. Now they're in field goal range. Conklin, the other tight end. And a first down for New York. All right, Lions are driving here. We lead by 13. It's 3rd and 2. Still in our own territory. Right around the 45. It's caught. First down and more. Past midfield. He takes a massive hit, and he gets close. Gets right around the 47 of Chicago. 11 seconds left, so Goff is going to have to launch this football to get into field goal range. Okay, so 1st and 10. They're still in the first half. In the Landover, and Jaden Daniels just threw a pick. Philadelphia has the ball at the Washington Commander 48, Gardner Johnson. With 1:44 in the second, and the Eagles still have 2 timeouts. And we got a kerfuffle here. A lot of yapping going on. I went 2-2 actually in the playoff thing for college football, that predictions, because I picked against the 2 Big Ten teams. Well, actually, I forgot. There actually was another Big Ten team. I forgot that another Big Ten team made it as well in Indiana. So I didn't pick against them. I picked against them. So yeah, I actually picked against every Big Ten team in the playoff, and for my record, I was 1-2. Got Notre Dame right, did not get Ohio State and Penn State right. So, but I did get the Notre Dame game correct as well as Texas. Here we go. Goff throws short. Caught short of field goal range. And they call a timeout. They are a yard short of field goal range. This is going to be a hefty kick coming up to give them a 16-point lead. We're back in MetLife. Rodgers throws short underneath. Garrett Wilson gets to the 11. But we've got a flag. What's this about? And the Jets look incredulous, so this might be against New York. An eligible man downfield, Olu Fashanu. I'm just situating myself, guys. And here come the Lions. A massive field goal attempt coming up. So we'll see if they ice them. They may attempt to. There was a flag down in Chicago. They're taking forever to get out of the first half. I'll just be frank with you. 1st and 15, back in MetLife. False start on the Lions. They're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to kick, I don't think. I don't know whether the clock is going to go with Detroit here. And there's a flag down in MetLife. Ineligible again. The Jets did it again. Back to back. Ineligible men downfield, but with different tackles. This is a 65-yard attempt. This would tie. Oh, no. It would not tie the NFL record. The NFL record is 66. The kick is wide left. No good. It's halftime. Handoff up the gut, close to the 35-yard line. And the second down, and still long for the Jets, though. As this third quarter waning down, and now we have a lot of pushing and shoving. All right, Philadelphia's going for it. And he's got a man. First down, Eagles. Clock is still continuing to run here in MetLife. In this game, which has gone at a rapid pace, we may see. This is a close game. It's a one-possession game, too. There might be traffic going east through Route 287 by 3:30. This Jet-Ram game is speeding through. We're already inside 6 minutes in the third quarter. And it's 2nd and 16 for the Jets. Here's Rodgers. Rams pressure. Throws incomplete. Looked for Conklin. No flags. All right, 4 seconds left and a half in this game, which has gone at a snail's pace, but which has a lot more at stake. Philadelphia and Washington. This kick is high and it is drifting. No good. Wide right. And it stays a one-score game. 21-14. Commanders. It went low. And Jake Elliott missed the 56-yarder, and this is a guy that's hit 60-plus. I don't think that'll ever happen with the lake by I live, because I live by one of the largest freshwater lakes in the United States. And that's not even a joke. It actually is one of the largest. It's the largest in the state, and it is, I think, either 5th or 6th. I'll look it up when we have a chance. It's 5th, 6th, somewhere in the top 10 of largest freshwater lakes in the country. So I think it's a little too big for that. I think they did that strategically, Trent. I think they did that strategically. I realized that too yesterday. Lobs one to the end zone, Davante Adams. It's incomplete on 4th down. There are no flags. And the Rams take over on downs. What a fruitful drive for the Jets that crunched up so much clock, but no points on it. And the Rams get the football. All right, here are the Colts. It is going to be Taylor again. He's gone. Touchdown, Indianapolis. He won't drop the ball again. Not until he walks out of the back of the end zone. And the Colts, who were down 7-0, a missed kick, so they weren't down 10-0, and they've scored 30 straight. Santa's happy in Indiana, and the Colts are running rampant, and a little bit of bah humbug for Chargers fans like myself and fans of the Broncos who needed a Colt loss to get into the postseason today. And the kick is right down Broadway, 31-7. 31 unanswered points for the Colts early in this third quarter. And it is all Colts. And he's been a supreme player in this game. You knew that it was affecting him, dropping the ball out of the end zone. They likely, with a win today, if they didn't do that last week, would be in a playoff position. They would actually be in a playoff spot. The Giants fumble the football away. And a touchdown, Atlanta. Does it count? I don't know why did the Giants stop running. It is a touchdown. Matt Judon. And Atlanta's running wild in this football game. They lead 23-7 on the Giants. And they're hoping the Giants' arch rival Dallas comes away with a win or a draw against their division rivals, Tampa Bay, and they will be in the driver's seat in the NFC South with their clean sweep of Tampa earlier this year. No, I think it's a good move for them. Look at how they're playing. What I don't like is the idea of cutting him. Kick is right down Broadway. I thought it was going to be blocked. 24-7, all Atlanta early in the third quarter. All right, we're back to Cincinnati. Good guys are nailing the Browns right now. Joe Burrow gets 4 and is knocked out of bounds at the Cleveland sideline, and the bench falls apart. Myles Garrett was the man that they went for. Was the one that knocked him out of bounds. Sorry. Motion comes in. We're in New Jersey, for anyone wondering. This is Kyren Williams taken down after a positive gain. It's 2nd and short for the Rams. So the Rams are going to try to continue to move this football. Jonathan Taylor is only 11 yards away from 200 on the game, and he has already 2 touchdowns. Atwell comes into the slot. Stafford pumps, delivers one over the middle. It's tipped. It's incomplete. We got a flag, and I think it's on New York. That's what it appears to be. Yes, I did hear about that. A great player. Probably he's going to go down as maybe the greatest Oakland Athletic ever, Ricky Henderson. And yes, pass interference on Tony Adams, which is going to move the football further for the Rams, who still trail by 3, 9-6 in a waning third quarter at MetLife Stadium. All right, back to Cincinnati. Here's Cleveland trailing by 17. 3rd and 6, going to reverse. Throw one off top of their body, and it is caught. First down, Cleveland in the Battle of Ohio. Cincinnati already won earlier this year when the game was in Cleveland. That was a close game. This one is not so. Bengals have been red hot. Here's Stafford. Hands the ball up the gut. Kyren Williams pushing a flock of Jets close to the line of gain. It's 2nd and short. And he took 2 corners down with him. Back in North Carolina, early in the 3rd, this is a ball game. Arizona's kind of come back a little bit. They're down by 3, but the Panthers just picked up a first down. Adam Thielen. Panthers are eliminated from the playoffs. Arizona is trying to play both for the wild card and for the division title, although they're running out of real estate fast for both of those things. Actually, I think they're running out of real estate faster for the wild card, specifically if Washington wins. Oh boy, and back in Cleveland, they threw a screen. It was nearly picked off, and it would have been a touchdown for the Bengals. Third and 4, scrambling outside. I want to mention something. When you were talking about, isn't it interesting those games are, AFC North games are next week? Here's what's interesting. I don't know if you watch it. I watch it now. The HBO AFC North Hard Knocks series. I think they're going to do that every year, like a division. And I love that. That's really crazy for the AFC North teams and for the camera crew, because you have to go to the studio and edit. So they go in, they're filming right now, doing all the production on this Browns-Bengals game. They'll go back to the office tonight. You know, it's Christmas week, but they're going to have to go out as Cleveland misses a throw, get some editing done immediately, send it in, and then the minute they send it in to be finalized and released on HBO on Tuesday, they have to fly crews down to Houston and to Pittsburgh for those Christmas Day games, and then get a crew out to Denver for the Cincinnati game that weekend, as well as a crew out for Cleveland's game against, actually, I don't remember who Cleveland's playing next week. I don't actually remember who they're playing next week, to be honest with you. But I know they have a game. To the 10, Carolina. Miami. So, to Cleveland in that game. So, that's what I thought was really interesting. Then you got to edit that stuff, put the Christmas together along with the other games. Yeah, you're going to have a lot. The good thing is the final week of the show, you're going to have 2 divisional matchups. So only 2 games you got to focus on, which is Cincinnati playing Pittsburgh and Cleveland playing Baltimore. Although it looks like and that might be for the division that week, although it appears that Cincinnati Pittsburgh game is probably going to have just a little bit more at stake than Baltimore Cleveland. Although there is a possibility that Cincinnati is not eligible for the playoffs by that time, depending on what they do against Denver next week, who will likely have a chance to clinch a playoff spot that week. There's Max Melton. Max Melton, whose brother Bo Melton both went to Rutgers. I believe they were Middletown South guys in New Jersey, and he's playing for the Cardinals. Cleveland just hit a big play. They're on 1st and goal. Remember, they were driving the ball down the field to start the first quarter and were about to score. Believe that they did score, but actually fumbled the ball out of the end zone. And that's what started this Cincinnati onslaught. It is a throw into the end zone out of bounds. And so now Carolina likely will have to go for a field goal. It'll still be a 1-possession game. Handoff up the gut to the 15, now to the 13. Good gain for the Browns. It is 2nd and goal for Cleveland. 2nd and goal. Let's give you an NHL update. 7:19 left in the 3rd. It is 2-1 still Panthers. Wrong Carolina team. 2-1 Hurricanes with the lead in MSG. Kick by Pinheiro is right down Broadway. And it is a 6-point lead, 23-17 Panthers. They'll be kicking off to the Cardinals, who will have the football but trail only by 6. 2nd and goal, handoff up the gut. First at the line of scrimmage, touchdown. Touchdown Cleveland. The shutout is over. And it is now only an 11-point game, 10-point game if they get the extra point. 5:50 to go in the 3rd, 17-6. Good guys, but Jerome Ford with his 2nd straight game with a rushing touchdown for Cleveland. Look at some of the playoff scenarios. All right, 3rd and 5. We're back in MetLife. The Rams are in the red zone. They trail by 3. In what will be, in all likelihood, barring an incompletion or a penalty, the final play. Oh, now it certainly is going to be the final play of the 3rd quarter. They're not going to snap the ball. 3rd quarter is done. We're going to the 4th quarter in MetLife Stadium. 9-6 Jets, but the Rams have a 3rd down in the red zone. All right, back to Atlanta. Penix caught. 1st down to the 41 of the Giants. And Atlanta is driving, trying to put more points on the board. Indy has already put up 31. Atlanta is trying to do the same thing on teams that have already missed the postseason. So London and Jerry Thibodeau, the captain of the Giants, all right, here we go. Penix rolling out. Short throw. And it is caught. But Atlanta, as you said, starting to drive here. Short screen. Caught for Atlanta. Close to a first down. He's going to be close to the sticks. It is either 3rd and 1 or a first down for Atlanta. I'm not sure. They are underway in the second half in Landover, Maryland. Philadelphia with the ball with the backup quarterback at their own 25. Pickett hands the ball off. Barkley gets maybe a yard. All right, here we go. Penix in the gun again. Back in Atlanta. Hands the ball off to the 15-yard line. And Puka Nacua is going to get close to the first down line. I'm not sure if he got it back in New Jersey. All right, Penix in the gun. Penix slides it short. First down and more. And he is close again to the line to gain. Third down for the Rams. Continuing to move it through. Oh, the Yankees, they're angry. They are angry right now. I can tell you for a fact about everything going on with Juan Soto. They're signing guys to replace him. They have so many bats. They got for basically the Mets haven't really gotten anything else, and the Yankees, they're gonna be frightening this year. They're gonna be really good. Goldschmidt, he's not the player he was, but he could still hit the baseball. Bellinger, they're replacing 2 guys. They got a great pitcher. They're going to be a top-tier team again as well. Because remember, they had some big struggles this season, and they still got to the World Series. So they're hoping they have enough to win a championship. That's what they're going for. Championship or bust, I can tell you. Handoff to the outside for Atlanta. He's going to walk in. Touchdown. It's Bijan Robinson again. And it's 30-7 Atlanta. Stafford throws incomplete on 3rd and 13. Barkley with a good gain, and it is third down now. Is Philadelphia moving here? All right, here we go. Eagles on 3rd and 3. Trying to punch it in here. Wildcat. Saquon faking the throw. And he got dumped behind the line. It's 4th down. And Elliott likely comes on for Philadelphia. And that throw just goes out a bit too far. Touchdown, Lions! Sam Laporta on a fake snap play, and Jared Goff just lines one into the end zone, and the Lions are cooking with gas. And Anthony Richardson sprints in, and it's a touchdown for Indianapolis. They have confetti streamers coming through the roof. It's a 30-point lead for the Colts. And if they keep doing what they're doing, they're going to become absolutely a team that could get themselves into the postseason as a wild card in the AFC. They are winning. So is Cincinnati, and then San Francisco plays Miami later. Now they are looking at this. Third and goal, no touchdown. Taylor walks in. It is a touchdown. His third. And he's already over 200 yards, 3 touchdowns. What a game for Jonathan Taylor. And now it is 37-7. Indianapolis, a 30-point lead for the Colts. All right. Another field goal for Carolina. It's 23-20. And Washington just turned the ball over again. Again, they get it. Carolina did win? Wow. Okay. We are back in Chicago, 34-14. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Chicago driving now on 2nd and 9. Swift loses yards. DeAndre Swift is going to lose yards here. And we tackle close to the 10. Caleb Williams. As the Lions still trying to pressure here. Okay, so just like that, Aaron Rodgers just threw a pick. And it is still 9-9 there. No in German. Okay, so it is 9-9. They kicked the field goal. And the Rams driving tied here. And Cleveland just scored touchdown. There's a flag down. If it is a touchdown, then they'll have a chance to get back in it. And Higbee just got into the end zone. A touchdown for Los Angeles. They have the lead, and now it's more than 3. It's 15-9. 2 touchdowns, both extra points missed. And in the fourth quarter, they have a lead. The Rams 15-9. So extra point, I would think, coming now to make it a 7-point game. So the flag was on Cleveland. So no touchdown. Here we go, Dorian Thompson in the gun. And he tried to find Ford. It's incomplete, and we have another flag. This one appears to be on Cleveland. It is. It's a hold. So holding. On the Browns. Tennessee down by 31 and now down by a little bit less. Touchdown. Titans. Spears, who's had a great year. Tyjae Spears is in. And that makes it 38-13. They still are up a long, long hill. Dorian Thompson. Standing up and breaking a couple tackles for Cleveland. Gets some yards on 2nd and long. It'll be 3rd and a long way as well. Really no changes in leads besides Los Angeles, but we should say that Arizona only trails by 3. Cleveland trying to get in. 3rd and 7. Early in the 4th. We're playing for our playoff lives. You got to win this game. A win and you're in. A win and you're still alive. They pressure. It's intercepted. And he's thinking about returning out of the back. Instead, he'll just take a knee. Jordan Battle picks the Browns off in the end zone. And how many times has Cleveland thrown in these last couple weeks an interception in the end zone? How many times have we said it? Jordan Battle picks off Cleveland. We got the ball with 13:32 left and an 11-point lead. So the Rams lead by 7. We got Philadelphia, who hit a field goal, up by 1. They have the ball on Washington's 36, but it's still a ball game, 10-point lead. Arizona has their ball with a minute left in the third quarter, has the ball. They just got it in their own territory. They're at their own 20, but they trail only by 3. Fourth quarter just started in Georgia. It's all Falcons, all Atlanta. Philadelphia throws incomplete, looking for Brown. Brown wants a flag. Brown's got one. Flag coming on Marshawn Lattimore. I think they're going to call interference here. I think that would be the call. And it is, and it's on Lattimore. But we'll see what they decide to do here. As Brown was complaining about the interference. All right. Barkley inside zone. Barkley is taken down by the Commanders. All right, back in Chicago, Lions have a 17-point lead. 3rd and 17. Jared rolls out, throws the short screen, looking for a hop. Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to push for the first down. He gets the first down, and he's the first Lion ever to have multiple seasons with 100 receiving, 100 plus receiving receptions, 1,000 plus reception yards, and 10 plus reception touchdowns. There you go. The first Lion ever to do it back to back. That's why he got all that money. Rolls out past the line of scrimmage, slides to the 25 for the Eagles. Pickett does. And it is 3rd down for Philadelphia. They still lead by 10, but they are driving the ball. And as you did say, the Carolina won, and we don't get non-football till 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. And that's about, I would say, an hour and 45 minutes away from now. Brown checks in motion. Pickett. Kenny Pickett. Rolling. Throws one. Caught. DeVonta Smith. First down Eagles. They're in the red zone. All right. 10 minutes left. The Jets have the ball at their own 41. They only trail by 7. Bengals right now facing a 3rd down, but we got an 11-point lead in our own territory. And the 3rd quarter about to end, but Arizona is going to punt it to the Panthers, who have a 3-point lead. Falcons are driving up by a large amount of points. But we go to MetLife Stadium, where the Jets can spoil the Rams and help out San Francisco, Seattle, and Arizona. And they can also single-handedly, with a win, keep the 49ers alive in the playoffs no matter what San Francisco does. Pickett throws one into the end zone looking for Brown. It's incomplete. And there were 2 men in the secondary for Philadelphia. For Washington, or that would have been a touchdown. And the Eagles would have blown this game wide open. And they were looking right for A.J. Brown. He got walloped. And at this point, I think Washington needs a turnover. Because a field goal, although it would be better to give up than a touchdown, would still hurt. Rodgers gets the snap on 2nd and 13. Throws, caught at the 45, but he got bulldozed down. It'll be 3rd down for the Jets. All right, here we go. Pickett. And a timeout taken by Philadelphia. So Connor has a knee issue. They need him. You could make a case Connor is more important to Arizona's offense than Kyler Murray. And they're going to need him. I think their next 2 games are all divisional. I think Los Angeles next week, which is huge. And then San Francisco the week after that, I believe. Yes. Arizona has their final road game next week in SoFi Stadium against the Rams. That'll be a huge game between those 2 teams. Pickett is taken down. Dante Fowler with a sack, and now here comes the field goal unit. Although this still would hurt for Washington because it would make it a 13-point lead for the Eagles, but no touchdown, at least yet right now, because Dante Fowler Jr., the veteran from the University of Florida, went right up the gut at the quarterback, Kenny Pickett. Elliott's kick is right down Broadway. It's a 13-point lead for Philadelphia. So they only get a field goal on the drive. All right, Lions drive. This has been a long-rangey drive. And it comes down to a 4th and 3. Leading by 17. Incomplete. Are there flags? None. Drive is over. Chicago takes over on downs. 9 seconds into the final frame. Kick for Atlanta. Right down Broadway. 34-7. A 27-point lead for Atlanta with 10:47 left in regulation. It looks like they are going to take the Giants down and for a couple of hours at least stay in the lead. Now will be in the lead in the NFC South. Oh, never mind. Okay, so they're not in the lead in the NFC South because Tampa has less losses. I was wondering why. Tampa has less losses. That's why. So they actually would not stay. Tampa would be in the division lead with an Atlanta win. But a draw would still keep Tampa in the division lead because then they would be 8-6-1 and Atlanta would be 8-7-1. 8-7-0. But a Cowboy win with Atlanta holding on gives Atlanta the lead in the NFC South. And you look for Conklin, and Williams makes the catch. On 4th down, Williams made a stop, and I think the Jets went for a 4th down and could not get it. So that's big, but 8:30 left in the game there. This fourth quarter has slowed up. The rest of the quarters were so quick. So Kansas City, they're saying, they're talking about the games next week on Christmas Day. It's funny. They said Kansas City could clinch the number 1 seed with a win. They actually could clinch it today, and they're not playing. But it's incredibly improbable, although Buffalo has a slew of players inactive. Buffalo would have to, I think, lose or draw. I don't know if a draw is allowed. Oh, apparently there's 3 games on Saturday that won't be on our Red Zone stream, and all of them have playoff implications. Arizona Rams, Chargers Patriots. Chargers could clinch if they don't get a massive clawback from Tennessee in a couple of minutes. And Denver Cincinnati could be a huge game. So that would be interesting. So wouldn't have a lot. So next we got Buffalo Jets, Tennessee Jacksonville, Tampa Carolina, Green Bay Minnesota. That's a pretty good one. Vegas Saints, Indy Giants, Miami Cleveland, and Dallas Philadelphia. Okay. And it is caught. A good gain. Tremble in North Carolina. The Panthers moving the football. Up by 3. Rams actually are going to move into the 3 seed, believe it or not, with a win here, at least momentarily. And a good gain here for Carolina. And if Arizona loses this game, they have to win the next 2 games. And I think they would be... Yeah, they would have to win the next 2 games. And they would need... Right, they would have to win the next... If they lose this game, they would have to win the next 2 games. And Seattle would have to lose 2 of their next 3. And one of those losses would have to be the final game against the Rams. It is caught. Touchdown, Carolina. Now you got to start thinking about that. David Moore. And just like that, it's a 2-possession game. 29-20 Panthers. And I think they'd bring out Pinheiro. Arizona probably would have wanted a push-off call against Carolina, but they don't get it. So it is 29-20 Panthers, who have nothing to play for and are yet getting it done. We have a holding call on the Rams, who have the football and the lead. They just said Arizona can be eliminated with a Rams win. A loss and a Ram win eliminates Arizona. I don't believe that's correct. I do not believe that's correct. Because Arizona has another game against LA. I'll look at that in a second. I don't think that's correct. Because Washington losing, you still get to 9 wins. They have 2 more. They have 2 more. They have 2 more games. Or they may have meant the division. They may have meant the division. I see. That still doesn't make sense. I guess LA would have more divisional wins. Let me look that up, guys, while I continue to broadcast these. I'll listen to Red Zone while they're talking. I don't believe that's true, guys. They just said, to my knowledge, they said if the Cardinals lose and the Rams win, they're out of the playoffs. I don't believe that at all is true because they have 2 more games to win. I'm going to see if there's like an Arizona site that talks about it. Yeah, they're 7-7. I don't believe that's true because Arizona has another game against the Rams. So they would still probably be able to win the division if LA... Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I got it now. It's the same situation San Francisco has. I got it. It's the same situation San Francisco has. Arizona doesn't have the tiebreaker on Seattle. So Arizona is eliminated from the division with a loss and a Ram win because the Rams would be at 9. And then the Cardinals would win 2 straight, but the Rams winning would be 10. A loss then would be Seattle winning the division, and they would have the tiebreaker. So that eliminates them from the division as Jaden Daniels gets the 15. Now, I heard eliminated. I am almost 1,000% positive, guys. Arizona is not eliminated from the postseason with a loss. even if Washington loses. But I'm going to check that now. Let me check that. Now, if Washington wins and LA wins, Arizona actually is out of the postseason. And Washington just got a big run from Jaden Daniels. But they do still trail by 13. All right, 0-1, 1-1. Oh, they have a tiebreaker. Oh, that's why. They have a tiebreaker on Arizona. I did not realize that. So Arizona would get it 9 wins, as this is a screen to Kyron Williams with the Rams. They would get at 9 wins. That would, yes, they're right. Cardinals are eliminated. I did not prepare for that. I didn't realize that. Because the Rams would get to 10 wins with a win against Seattle, and Seattle has the tiebreaker on the Cardinals. Yes, if the Cardinals lose, they're losing, and the Rams win, they're driving and winning. Cardinals are out of the playoffs. I did not realize that, guys. So it took some time to get that math, but that is correct. If these scores hold, the Cardinals, again, will miss the postseason. And that means that the division will be Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Seattle. And if Seattle wins, San Francisco's eliminated from the division, as that kick is right down Broadway. It's up the gut. Also, a San Francisco loss or draw, along with those 2 results, eliminates the 49ers from the playoffs, as we mentioned earlier. Daniels dumps a screen to the 10, to the 5, and he's taken down around at 4. 3rd and goal, 3rd and 2, actually. The Commanders trying to drive here. So that's that. So that's a team I didn't realize that can be eliminated. So San Francisco and Arizona can both be eliminated. And he lost the football. New Orleans can be eliminated, but not today. Tonight with a Tampa League, because didn't the Saints beat Atlanta, I believe, this year, as that is in the end zone, touchdown. Touchdown, Commanders. They're back in it. Again, sorry for the mulling through. I just wanted to figure out these stats. Trent, hopefully you come back. I want to talk to you some more. Atlanta did lose to New Orleans, yes. So they can't eliminate New Orleans. But a Tampa win would eliminate the Saints from the playoffs. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't see it. All right. Let me know if you want to talk about anything, Trent. But yeah. So those are, I think, the rest of the eliminations. New Orleans, San Francisco, and Arizona. And the kick is right down Broadway. Commanders are going to kick the ball back to the Eagles. They only trail by 6. And remember, they can eliminate the Cowboys as well. That's right. The Cowboys are out of the playoffs as well with a loss, draw, or Washington win. First down, Cardinals. They are fighting for their playoff lives. They need a win or a Jet win to stay alive. And also, as we said, if they lose, then they can't get into the wild card with a win by Washington, as Tennessee scores a touchdown. 8:13 left. It's not over yet. It's about a 14-point lead, 38-22, Indianapolis. But the Titans, they need some stops here, quick stops. Colts also playing for their playoff lives. Short screen. caught and a couple yards for the Cardinals, who need to get into the end zone. They need a score here. Thoughts on the Kako trade? Good for Seattle. I think the Rangers need more changes. A first down for Cleveland. 3:35 left. They trail by double digits, but only 11, 17-6 to the Bengals, who stay in the playoff race and deny Denver a playoff spot this week with a win. And we're playing Denver on Saturday. Good gain for New York. I just realized the day that there's that triple header for the NFL, I'm going to be out all day at an assignment. Okay, here we go. Arizona is going to set something up here on 3rd and 1. They need points from this drive. Oops, sorry about that. Under 7 minutes left. And that is tipped incomplete. There's a flag down. Kyler Murray believes it's against the locals. Let's see. But now Carolina is arguing that it's an ineligible man downfield. Yes, it is. So does Carolina want to decline this? I don't think they will. I think they will. No, they're going to accept it. So it'll be 3rd and 6. Now, if I was Carolina, I'd decline it because you're still up by a possession. There's not a large amount of time left in this game. And I think you sacrifice yardage for downs. It's Kyler Murray. He's going to pick up the first down, and Kyler Murray scores. Touchdown, Arizona. Well, they could start to breathe easy a little bit because they have made this thing a one-possession game. They're within 4, and now you have a decision to make. Do you go for a 2-point conversion here so you have a chance to get the ball back and kick the winner? Or do you go for the extra point and go back to a 3-point game? But Kyler Murray gets the touchdown. Barkley is pushing his way. He's got a first down. And this kick is right down Broadway in North Carolina. We got a 1-score game, 30-27 Panthers. Cardinals playing for their playoff lives. Let's update on that Ram game. There should not be a lot of time left on that. No, and the Rams are up by 10 now. So the Jets are in a world of hurt. I believe they have the ball at the 43 of Los Angeles, but there's not a lot of time left. 3:29 left in the ball game. Yeah, Adams just caught the ball in the flat. They're starting to move the ball a little bit. Shotgun snap, and it's Hurts. Or not Hurts, excuse me, Pickett. Hurts is still out. He's out for the rest of the game. Pickett pressures it, throws it low, and Washington is going to pick it up, and they're going to scoop and score. They say it's a fumble, not score. Not score. They did not score. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said scoop and score. But they pick up a fumble, and they are very much close to the end zone with 11:45 left in the fourth quarter. They are still calling this a fumble on the field. It is a fumble, at least right now. Let's see. This is... Oh, they're going to look at this. They are going to look at this. No, I don't think he has full control. I think the play is going to stand early in the fourth quarter. And they're getting nervous in Texas. The Dallas Cowboys need an Eagles win, as crazy as that sounds, to stay alive in the playoff race, no matter what they do tonight against the Buccaneers. Now they just ruled it an incompletion. Oh my! They should look at this. Jets are going for it on fourth down, 2:02 left, and we have flags all over the field, and I think they're on New York. Mitchell, the right guard. Yes, it is. It's a false start on the Jets. Jets have all 3 timeouts, but the 2-minute warning. They are going to try to kick a field goal here. Anders Carlson. This would make it a one-possession game. It would make it 19-12, I believe. Pickett lofts one, the screen. Gainwell got a couple of yards, but he doesn't even get to their own 45. Eagles will punt early in this fourth quarter. 27-21, Philadelphia, up by 6. Carlson's kick is no good, wide right, and suddenly the Jets are really behind the 8 ball. Almost blocked. They went for the punt block. And instead, Jamison Crowder is going to fair catch this around the 13. Not good field position for the Commanders, but they sold out for the block. All right, we're back in Cincinnati. Again, this is not a one-possession game, but it's close. We're up by 11. Jackson with a sack. And we're inside 2 minutes. You'll be back around 4:15? Okay. That Eagles-Commanders game probably still will be on. Also a game between Minnesota and Seattle, which has gigantic playoff ramifications. Just missed 3rd and 16 for Carolina. Here's the funny thing. We talked about Arizona. Right now, they'd miss the playoffs. Well, if they get a win here, especially if they got a Jet win, but if they get a win here, you know, they are absolutely back in their destiny to kind of get through where they need to be. Although the Commanders have the football, and if they win the game, they would eliminate Arizona from the wild card. So they would have to depend on Los Angeles. And have beaten Los Angeles, and they'd really have to depend on them in the final week. There's a flag on the field. Joe just found Jamar again into the end zone. We're going to have to see this flag, but if it's on Cleveland, You better believe we're surviving and advancing. I think the flag is on Garrett. Gut punch. Touchdown, Bengals. We lead 23-6 with 1:44 to go in the ball game. And yes, we're going to stay in the playoff race. And I'm telling you, this team is getting hot at the right time. And what a game is they're going to have in Colorado on Saturday between the Bengals and the Broncos. Joe Burrow has the most consecutive games, I think they just said, with 3+ passing touchdowns. There's only one player who's done it as many times ever in the history of the National Football League, Daniel Marino. So penalty on Philadelphia. We're back in Landover. Daniels is in the gun. They still have been pressured very well by Philadelphia. It is going to be a first down for the Commanders. And McCaffrey gets in. Now, I don't believe Washington with a win necessarily clinches a playoff spot. Here we go again with the Titans. This is what we were talking about. Spears just got into the end zone. This is a 10-point game with 2:53 left. And remember, the Titans can eliminate Indianapolis from the playoffs with a win. They're going for a 2-point conversion. They got it. And now this, I can't believe it. This is a one-possession game. Indianapolis, Tennessee is a one-possession game. And Tennessee has all 3 timeouts with 2:53 left in the football game. My goodness, that's a game to watch. Colts are getting the ball, yes, but only up by 8. And Tennessee's got all 3 timeouts. (27-21). We're back in Landover, Maryland. Here are the Commanders. First down, right at midfield. And it's Ertz. And Zach Ertz, the former Eagle who won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia for his football team, if they're smart, they use a lot of clock here against Philadelphia. Rams, Jets, I haven't heard anything on this. We have flags all over the field. It's caught down the sideline. Breaks a tackle. Breaks Cooper DeJean. Touchdown, Commanders. If it stands, what's the flag? The initial flag, I think, was on Philadelphia. But we got more flags flying. What is going on in Landover? If all the flags are on Philadelphia, we have a tie football game with 9:06 left. It's on Philadelphia. Tie game. And the Commanders can take the lead. Oh, my. It's a hold on the Eagles. And Zacchaeus broke 2 tackles. Zacchaeus. What a play. Not Amadeus, but Zacchaeus. And Washington can take the lead. Kick is right down Broadway. Commanders lead for the first time, 28-27. And Philadelphia will get the ball back. All right, here we go. Jets. Oh, my. They stopped the Rams with all 3 timeouts on the punt, muffed it with 32 seconds left, and the Rams are going to win the game. Yep. 1 kneel down. And the Rams win. It is final. Los Angeles wins the football game, and now the Cardinals must win to not only stay alive in the division race, but the wild card race. A loss by Arizona or draw eliminates the Cardinals from the playoffs. Second and 11. Kyler Murray. Under 4 minutes left, Cardinals have all 3 timeouts. It is a sweep, and it loses yards. They're back at midfield, and it's 3rd and long. Now, Arizona can punt. That's fine, because they have all 3 timeouts. 3rd and long. And it's over. The Bengals win. And the Bengals are alive in the playoffs, and Denver cannot clinch until Saturday when they will be playing aforementioned Bengals. So the Bengals are a team in the playoff race still. Indianapolis, they thought they were going to be. We don't know. They have the ball, but they're only up by 1 possession after having a 38-7 lead and scoring 38 unanswered. And it's intercepted. Picked off by the Panthers. That's not the ball game because the Cardinals have all 3 timeouts, but they need a stop or they're going home. And likely someone in the press box will probably let the Cardinals people know that the Rams have just prevailed in Bergen County. But they're going to take a look at this pick. Also, with the Rams winning, remember, a Seattle victory against Minnesota eliminates San Francisco no matter what the 49ers do from the postseason. Actually, San Francisco is not eliminated from the playoffs if Philadelphia wins. I unmodded him. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about any of those personal things. I don't want to talk about that, okay? So I'm going to delete any messages about that. But are the Niners the biggest disappointment? The Bengals are going to get hot. If the Bengals get into the playoffs, I think they could go to the Super Bowl. I didn't pick them to, but I'm saying they could. Who's been the biggest disappointment? Yeah, probably San Francisco. Look, I don't know about that. I don't know what happened. I'm not. Don't know if that's even true, but I supported him. He was really nice to me. He was a really nice guy. And what happened, look, Marshawn Lattimore with a deflection. I'll say this, Tristan. Trent was just like, he was just sitting around. He's kind of laughing at like memes that not towards that gentleman you're speaking of, but memes in general. And he was just being a kid because he is a kid. He's like 11, but he didn't know really what that other person was up to. And I remember I banned every account. I took him out of the Discord. I did everything. I slammed him. I said, you can't do this. I'm never talking to you again. I banned every single account. He kept making accounts, if you remember. He kept making accounts constantly. I kept banning them, and I kept trying to help that kid. But if someone wants to be evil and destroy you, they're going to do it. And there's nothing you can do to stop them. And I did everything I could in my power to help him. And all I can tell you is he's a very nice kid. Not Nathan, you know who I'm talking about. The nice one that you were speaking of. The Coyotes. You know what I'm talking about. But I don't know about that, but I'm not going to talk about it. But I will talk to you, Alexis, about sports. Because this is a sports channel. This isn't a gossip channel. This isn't a conversation channel. But I felt very bad about everything, and I did my absolute best. And when you have someone that, last thing I'll say, when you have someone like Nathan who wants to do evil and to do wrong, there's nothing you can do to stop them. That's all I'll say. But done with that. Just say you understand, Alexis, if you understand. Are the Steelers contenders? No, I don't see enough on their high-octane offense. I don't think they can stay with Buffalo. If the Texans can relapse off these injuries, them either. Saquon Barkley dropped the football. Barkley had the ball, and he dropped it. Incomplete. Okay, good. Good. It's sad, but it just... You're a younger guy, and all you guys are younger. But when you get older, you'll understand how bad people can really be. Now, they're going to review... Did he have possession? The Eagles challenge this. Right now, they're not. All right, 3rd and 7. Colts have to pick this up. If they pick this up, they're still alive in the playoffs. If not, Tennessee is going to get the ball back with a chance to tie the game. But they can't keep with Kansas City and teams like that offensively. That's the issue. Are you a Steelers fan, Alexis? I didn't know if you were or not. 3rd and 7. Throws one high, incomplete, looking for Brown. There are no flags, and it's 4th down. Great stand by the Commanders. You are? Okay. And also, I hope you said yes to what I was telling you about, too. But you're a good kid, Alexis. You really are. I do enjoy talking to you on these streams all the time. What the hell's going on with my cough? Here we go. Handoff up the gut. Taylor is short of the line to gain, and he's also short of the field goal target line, which would have given the Colts a 2-possession game. They're going for it on 4th down from midfield. It is caught by A.J. Brown. He breaks the tackle, 1st down and more. Brown slides to the 45. He would have been short if he would have been tackled down, but the Eagles get the 1st down. Atlanta has taken the Giants down, and with a Dallas win, will go into the lead in the division. Try to monitor that Carolina-Arizona game. A flag is down in Indianapolis, that's huge. I think it's on the Colts, though. Handoff Barkley up the gut. Nowhere to go. And it is second down. Fortunately for Philadelphia, this is by far the toughest test of the regular season. Colts are going to punt. There are only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tennessee needs to get the ball and score probably on one play, then score a 2-point conversion to send it to overtime. If not, the Colts stay alive in the playoff hunt. And an incomplete pass. And remember, the Colts are going to have two easy opponents as well. They got the Giants, the 2-win Giants, and the 3 or 4-win Jaguars. This punt is going to be fair caught at the 10. 3 seconds left. The Titans are going to need some hook and lateral to get into the end zone. They're going to need a 2-point conversion as well. All right. Arizona has only one timeout. 1:57 left. If Carolina does not, if they go for it and they get it, I wouldn't say it's game over, but it looks likely. And that's season over, too, for the Cardinals. Here's Pickett. Kenny Pickett is going to slide. He's going to get hit. Oh, what a boneheaded decision by the Commanders. They're going to give him a first down because of the hit. All right, this is the ball game. No time left. Tennessee trails by 8. It is intercepted. And the Colts win. They somehow win this game that should have not gotten this close. But the Colts will win. And they are in the playoff race with the Bengals, with Denver and the Chargers. And so Denver and the Chargers will not clinch today because of that interception. No foul. They picked up the flag. They picked up the flag. Eagles are incensed about that. Here comes Elliott to give them the lead. On 4th down. Wow. Panthers punted it. So the Cardinals are getting it. They must win in order to win the game and stay alive in the playoff race. Murray scrambling. Murray slides close to the line to gain. Murray's going to stand in the gun. Also, with a Washington win, they are eliminated no matter what they do from the wild card. So it would be dire straits for them if the Commanders win. They right now are facing a long field goal attempt by Elliott. Kick is high. It is. Right down Broadway. 3:48 to go. Eagles by 2. 30-28, but they're kicking off to the Commanders as the Cardinals are at midfield with less than a minute to go, playing for their playoff lives. Connor is short of the marker. They are close to field goal target range. This game could be going overtime. The Panthers are very familiar with overtime. They had a win, they had a loss, and they almost got to overtime with Kansas City. Murray, incomplete. He throws it out of bounds, and it's 3rd down. But I know that they only have one timeout with 22 seconds left. You got to get yards here because this is a mammoth kick from here. You don't need to get a first down, but you're going to need to get close to the sticks, and you have the one timeout. He's hurt, at least out for the game. I don't know if he'll be able to play Dallas next week. They'll be home for the next 2 games. That'll be good for the Eagles. In fact, not too far from where they are, Landover, Maryland. So they'll be home cooking basically for the whole year. Kyler Murray is going to get out of bounds, close to the marker. The target line was ahead of the marker. So they're not, I think, at the target line, but they got the first down. Oh, but he didn't get out of bounds out of range to stop the clock. The clock was moving, so they're going to have to call a timeout here. They have to call a timeout. There are 000s. Did the Cardinals call a timeout or not? They did get one off. They didn't know he got out. Oh, if they never got it off, that's the way the Cardinals season ends? But they got it off with 2 seconds left, and the Cardinals are going to have a chance to kick it. If they tie, they go to overtime. They still would not, with a draw, be able to make the playoffs. But a win, they would. They just kicked off in St. Paul, or in Seattle, and the Vikings just hit a big return. Remember, a Seattle win eliminates San Francisco from the playoffs. It's right down Broadway. The Cardinals have tied the game. We have overtime. And at least for now, they will stay alive in the playoff race. At least for the next 10 minutes, or as long as overtime takes, they will stay in, but they must win the game. And the Panthers that close to a win that would have eliminated Arizona from the postseason. But they do get it. Bad clock management, but the Cardinals do get it. We're back in Landover. This game is in overtime. This game, Cooper DeJean just picked off Jaden Daniels, and he's going down the sideline. Washington has 2 timeouts, so this isn't over, but the return helps out Philadelphia. They're getting the football up by 2 with 2:53 to play. Jaden Daniels threw across his body on the crossing route in what is not the ball game, but it makes it disastrous. We have coin toss in overtime. The 2 games going down the southeast on the East Coast are the 2 games that are left in the 1 o'clock window, from Landover, Maryland, and from Raleigh, North Carolina. Charlotte, North Carolina. Carolina won the toss. They're going to receive. If the Panthers go down the field and score a touchdown, the Cardinals are eliminated from the postseason. 3 games coming at 4:25 we'll have on our air as well. Buffalo, New England. That's the one we want to end last because I have that game actually on off of Red Zone. Remember, they can't play the last game on Red Zone. Speaking of, I got to find my remote somewhere here. Oh, I found it. Okay, guys, give me a second. Vegas and Jacksonville, which there's nothing to play for in that game. And then San Francisco and Miami, which has a lot of game left. And honestly, that's the game that piques my interest the most. It's funny. It's a 4:25 San Francisco game. It's not in Santa Clara. This game is in South Beach. This game's in Miami. And the Bengals are still in the playoff hunt, along with the Los Angeles Chargers and the Denver Broncos. But Miami is eliminated from the playoffs with a loss or a draw. A win puts them in, keeps them alive in the playoffs, but they need some help. Wow, really? Kenny Pickett is a man. He dropped the ball. Devontae Smith dropped the football right before the 2-minute warning, and that would have been huge for the Eagles to grind this game away, but it's 4th down. And remember, a field goal still would make this a one-possession game, and the Commanders would get the ball. So he knows how important that would have been. Vikings just hit a big play in Seattle. Lions won. That game went final. So the Lions are in the 1 seed alone, no matter what Minnesota does. Kick for Elliott. This one is right down Broadway. I thought he was going to miss it, but he kicks it through. And the Commanders, 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. But the Commanders are getting the football down by 5 with a chance to take the lead in Philadelphia at home and keep their division hopes alive and doom some teams. All right. In Washington State also, they kicked off. Panthers have the ball, I think, at their own 20 in overtime. Darnold has a man, 1st down. Addison, what a game he had last week against Atlanta. And Addison picks up the necessary yardage. Actually, ball at the 30. That's right, because of the new kickoff rules. Fakes the handoff. Young throws the screen, and he'll almost break one and get about a yard out of Thielen. A win or a draw, a win for Carolina or a draw eliminates the Cardinals from the playoffs. A win keeps them alive in the playoff race. Although they are eliminated from the wild card with a win by Washington, who trails the Eagles, but is getting the football down by 5. A short screen for Jones for Minnesota. They're driving. Vikings are driving. Young's under center. 2nd and 8. Handoff up the gut. A good gain, and it'll be 3rd and short for the Panthers. The Cardinals, I think, would love to have a stop here. So you can stop the clock, get the ball back, and try to go down the field and win the game and stay alive in the playoffs. Jones loses yards by Quentin Williams for Seattle, and it's 3rd down. Okay. So then, now that I know you're watching something else, to be as descriptive as possible so you know what's happening, like on a radio broadcast. Young on 3rd and 2. Scrambles. Bryce Young is sacked. The Cardinals got to him. With 8:30 and change left in overtime, looks like they're going to get the football and have a chance to win the game in overtime. A 3-and-out quickly for Carolina in overtime. We're back to Washington State. They're still in the 2-minute warning. In Landover, Maryland, FedEx Field. Throws incomplete. Or no, it is complete. Justin Jefferson to the 5. He caught it, a possession catch, and it's a 1st and goal for the Vikings. They have had 12 plays on their opening drive. They're hoping it's a scoring drive on 1st and goal. Panthers punting. They are kicking off in Maryland. Return for the Commanders. They get a good one. 25, 30, 35, 40 to the 41. We have a flag. And we'll see who that's on. It may be on the Commanders, which would be detrimental to them. They need a touchdown to take the lead and have a chance to win the NFC East maybe. Throws into the end zone. Touchdown. Vikings. Addison. On the 13th play of the drive, Jordan Addison. It's on Philadelphia for a late start. It is on Philadelphia because the new kickoff rule, you can't start before the returner catches it or signals. So a flag on the Eagles, the Commanders, they do need a touchdown, yes. So a field goal won't suffice. But they have the ball just outside midfield with a timeout and a minute 52 to go in the fourth quarter. They bring the rush, throws, complete. Caught at midfield. A good gain for the Commanders. Just so you know, while we're doing all this football, the national championship in girls or women's college volleyball is on, actually. Penn State is playing Louisville, I believe. Yes. Handoff, Robinson, first down, and they're on the opposite side of the field. So we're watching them. 2nd and 10. Cardinals in overtime, 7:34 left in overtime. But they are backed up at their own 10. There's been no tie this season. And we have a flag. Daniels, caught. He's got a man, a first down, although it's not going to stop the clock. McLaurin. Actually, they said he did go out of bounds, so it will stop the clock with 1:06 to go. In regulation. What a catch by Terry McLaurin. They have the ball creeping towards the red zone. Daniels in the gun. Eagles pressure. Daniels going to take off. Spins by 1. He gets by the 30. First down. Inside the 25-yard line. And they still have that one timeout. Need to score that touchdown. And it's incomplete on 2nd down in Carolina. It looks like it's going to be a 3rd down. McLaurin catches the football inbounds, but they're inside 40 seconds left. Clock is not the Commanders' friend. They only have one timeout, and they do need a touchdown, but they're in the red zone. They are in the red zone. Oh, yeah, Tiger Woods. That is crazy. Daniels, keeper, close to the marker. And I think they're going to call a timeout here. They have used their last timeout. Their head coach from Morristown, New Jersey. What a man he's been, Dan Quinn. Daniels on 3rd and 10 escapes the end zone. If he was hit, that would have been the season. Murray is going to get close to the marker. I'm not sure. 7:22 left, and the Cardinals want a flag on Carolina for running him out. He got hit hard. He's short. He is short. He is short of the line to gain, and on 4th down, do you go for the gutsy, go for it here? You're showing Terry McLaurin. They missed the extra point a couple weeks ago. That was a detrimental loss for the Commanders. 3rd and 1. (33-28). Ball spotted right around the 14. At the 14. Got to get to the 13. First down, but they got to get to the line here. Robinson goes down. Got to spot it. They got to spot it. 15 seconds. Now 14 seconds. Now 13. 12. 11. 10. They spike the football. 10 seconds left. They have a couple shots to the end zone here. How many times Eagles prevent defense? It comes down to teams throwing the ball in the end zone. You usually don't succeed against the Eagles prevent defense in the end zone. You have a couple plays here, but they've all got to go into the end zone. Commanders are out of timeouts. Everybody's back for the Eagles. They have to get in to the end zone. This is not where they could kick a field goal. Daniel stands in, throws, caught, touchdown Commanders! Jamison Crowder with 6 seconds left, and they want to go for 2. They want to go for 2 to get a field goal lead. It's a 34-33 lead for the Commanders, and if they hold on, the Cowboys are golfing. Oh my word! Six seconds left. The Commanders have the lead. 34-33. What a play. They went to spike the ball, and there are only 6 seconds left. Wow. It's stunning. If you get the thing is, you go for two, the Eagles definitely have to go for a touchdown because you're saying, well, long return, you get field goal range. By that time, there's no time in the clock. Up the gut, they get the 2-point conversion. They're up by 3, so the Eagles need a field goal, but the Eagles can win it with a touchdown. Basically, you need a touchdown because there's only 6 seconds left. 36-33, Commanders. Oh, my word. Another thing that they do here that they need to pipe into the PA in North Carolina is that a win, it's Crowder, a win, his second of the game after he had none in the whole season, a win for the Commanders as the Cardinals are going for it on their own 18-yard line in overtime because the season's on the balance. They would eliminate the Cardinals from the wild card, but the Cardinals get it. They get it. They just got it. And they're continuing to churn yardage. And the Cardinals need this win to stay alive in the playoffs. And unless for some miraculousness in Landover, they will be eliminated from the wild card in a couple seconds. Delay of game on Arizona. Oh, my. Oh, my. We're going to Landover. And how interesting. These games look like they're going to end soon. And we're going to get 425s in Western New York, in Las Vegas, and in South Beach. All right. Eagles on the return. There is no time left. They need a touchdown. Trying to reverse field. Now to the 20. At the 25. He lost the football. Who has it? It is Commander Ball. The Cowboys are eliminated from the playoffs. The Commanders win the game. No NFC East title today. The Cardinals are also eliminated from the wild card. What a stunner. I'm sorry, Trent, but Bernard Langer is going to go to the playoff, but the Cowboys are not going to the playoffs because of the Washington Commanders. And now the Cardinals' only hopes are for a division title. So the Commanders win it. 4th and 24 for the Cardinals at their own 8-yard line. They're going to have to punt this away. Remember, we have had no ties. A Carolina win or a tie eliminates the Cardinals from the playoffs. And here's what the Cardinals need now with Washington's win. They need a win. They need a they just said the Niners are eliminated. I can tell you for a fact the 49ers are not eliminated from the playoffs. That is not true. The 49ers are not eliminated from the playoffs. They are from the wild card. They are not eliminated from the playoffs. They have a very obscure chance of winning their division, as does Arizona. What San Francisco needs to do is they need to win against Miami. And they need a Seattle loss. A Seattle loss. And a win. Or excuse me. They need Seattle to lose this week. Seattle would have to lose next week. And Seattle plays next week the Bears. And then Seattle would have to beat the Rams. And San Francisco would have to beat the Cardinals. That is how That is how everything would go for them. Carolina has the ball on plus territory. Jacksonville won the toss. San Francisco won the toss. Bills won the toss. New England won the toss. I believe that's New England who won the toss. New England with a win gives Kansas City a first-round bye, and the Panthers just get the ball to the 20. They are in the red zone, and a score will eliminate Arizona from the postseason. So Dallas is out. San Francisco is basically on pins and needles to get in. And the Panthers can send the Cardinals packing. Besides San Francisco, there is one other team that can be eliminated in the playoffs, and that is New Orleans. And they can be eliminated tonight with the Tampa Bay win over the Cowboys, who are already out of the postseason. And they're playing Philadelphia next week. And a first down for New England. Hunter Henry, who moves the chains for the Patriots. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, a Bill win, I believe, clinches them as the 2 seed. I think as a top, they can't go any lower than 2. I think, but I'm gonna check to make sure that's true. First down, touchdown, Panthers. The Cardinals are eliminated from the playoffs. Chuba Hubbard, and the Panthers win it. The Panthers win it in overtime. They're finally off the schneid. That's a blow to their draft chances, but they don't care about that, at least in the huddle. They've finally gotten over their close game woes. They beat the Cardinals in overtime, and the Cardinals join the Cowboys as 2 teams in the NFC that are eliminated. Next on the chopping block, San Francisco. Next on the wild card chopping block, wow, actually, I don't know who's next on the chopping block in the wild card. I'm looking right now. I think so. It's funny. Next on the chopping block actually would be either Seattle or right now it'd be Atlanta, believe it or not. But Atlanta is playing for a division. Seattle, same deal. So that's now a 3-way race for the division. They keep saying that it eliminated from the division. I got to see if this is correct, because I don't believe it is. I will look at some NFL tiebreakers, and I will see if I'm correct about that. Third and 4, throws one, into the end zone. Touchdown, New England. So New England strikes first early in this first quarter. Kayshon Boutte, a throw by Drake May, and he finds Boutte for the touchdown. Pure Kochka. Wait. Who's playing right now? Kochkov. Who's he play for again? I can't remember. Oh, for Carolina? So they won 3-1. That must be. Extra point for Joey Sly is right down Broadway. He had that free kick in 2019. That was that new thing we saw on Thursday. So here is San Francisco against Miami. Miami, 3rd and 9 for the Dolphins. Tagovailoa's in the gun. They must win to avoid elimination. Tagovailoa has a man. Tyreek Hill dropped the football. And the Dolphins will punt at Hard Rock Stadium. So I'm going to look at this whole clinching scenario thing because I need to see the tiebreaker thing. And San Francisco makes a big play. I think there might be a horse collar tackle coming up on Miami. I'm not sure. They didn't throw a flag. Also, Washington is not in the playoffs because Atlanta did win. So that is key. Jaguars with the football. Mac Jones throws a screen. Past the line of scrimmage, trying to break a tackle. He loses yards. And in a battle, remember, if the Raiders win this game, Jacksonville would drop to... Well, no, I'm sorry. Tennessee would actually drop to the number 3rd spot in the number 2 spot in the NFL draft order because Tennessee would have the playoff. Tennessee has that loss to Jacksonville. So Tennessee would be number 2 behind the Giants if the Raiders win that game. So it would behoove the Raiders to lose. Right now, they would have the number 2nd pick in the NFL draft. Taking a look, this a tiebreaker scenario, just to kind of see if I'm right about the San Francisco thing or if I misjudged completely. Yep, I remember that game. I remember that watching it in my living room. I was about 15 or 16 years old. I think it was Walsh, the kicker. I think I called that game the Freezer Bowl or something. It was, I think, negative 20 degrees. They were playing in Minnesota's College Stadium. Oh, yeah, that was crazy. That was the year. Yeah, that was... Right, so that was 16, right. So I was, I was 15 at that time because, I turned 15. My birthday's in March and I was in January. I remember that. Raiders just picked up a big play. Here goes Brock Bowers, the rookie from Georgia. Great gain. First down, Raiders. Yes, but I don't think he's going to the Giants. Unless they get the number 1 pick. Then I think maybe. But I think that the Giants ultimately are going to fall to 2 in the draft order. And I think the Raiders will pick Shedeur Sanders and the Giants will get Ward. Cam Ward from Miami, although I want Sanders. First down, Seahawks. All right, let me figure this out, this tie-breaking procedure. So, the tie-breaking procedure is interesting. So it's most games lost in division. Let's see, Seattle. What? Raiders didn't play the Giants this year, did they? Or am I completely out of the loop? I don't remember playing the Raiders. I don't remember that. I'll be honest. I just don't. Yeah, we didn't play the Raiders. We didn't play the Raiders. I thought so. I thought we did. We have less conference wins than they do. I think we have an AFC win. So I'm looking at the divisional thing. All right. 1-0. One, two. Okay, hold on one second. Well, the Giants' next two games are against two teams that are either playoff bound or punting for the playoffs. Indianapolis, who, they need wins and help. So they're going to play an Indianapolis team that's going to do everything to win that game. And then they're going to play an Eagles team, which has not wrapped up the division yet, and probably will still be playing for a 1 seed in the final week with their loss. No. San Francisco. Smart. Okay. Here is Allen for Buffalo throwing. It is tipped. It is incomplete. It's tipped, incomplete. And it's 4th down, and Bills are going to have to punt. All right. 2nd and 17 and a sack for Miami. So, again, I'm looking at this thing just to make sure. As Seattle will be 3-3, so... All right. 0-3. I'm still looking at San Francisco. 0-3. Rams. Yeah, guys, I'm here. I'm just monitoring this. The division thing. 1-1, 0-2, 2. I will correct myself. So I did not realize the other portion of tie breaking, if you've won a game against the team and lost a game against the team, is divisional record. Seattle, the worst they can be is 3-3. San Francisco, the best they can be is 2-4. So the 49ers are eliminated from the playoffs. Touchdown, Seahawks. DK Metcalf. So just so you know, yes, San Francisco is eliminated from the playoffs. So the NFC champion, there'll be a new NFC champion in 2025. So yeah, there are only two teams now on the NFC had so many teams. There are only two teams now on the bubble on the wild card. That's Atlanta and Seattle. But as we said, that's going to take a while for that to be eliminated because both of those teams are chasing division titles. In fact, tonight Tampa Bay could be on that list. If they lose to the Cowboys, the kick is right down Broadway. We are tied in Washington State. Seahawks and Vikings. DK Metcalf with the grab. And in a division that is now a two-team division. So you got a three-team division in the NFC North, and the rest are two-team divisions now. Now, because of LA's win, however, and LA's tiebreaker, their overtime win, Seattle stays in. It would not be in a playoff spot with a win today. Now, we talk all about the eliminations. Let's go into the clinching scenarios, see if any of them manifested themselves. As we said, a win and a Buffalo loss or draw for Kansas City gives them the 1 seed right now. That would happen because New England is somehow winning this game, and they just pick up a big run out to the 23-yard line, right out of the shadow of their own end zone, first down New England. Baltimore's in the playoffs. As we saw, Denver still has to wait because of Indy's win and Cincinnati's win. So do the Chargers because of Indy's win. So no clinches. Eagles obviously didn't clinch the division. We know that. And the Packers cannot clinch today because of Atlanta's win. Also, the Rams lost. Okay, so interestingly enough, the Commanders also can't clinch a playoff spot because all three of their chances to clinch playoff opportunities, as Miami picks up a first down, hinge on Atlanta losses, none of which happened. The Giants would have won or would have been a draw. They actually could have gotten in with a Seattle win. With Seattle lost, but but it doesn't matter because Atlanta won. So they'll have to wait till next week, I think, to try to clinch a playoff spot. I think they have a fairly tough matchup, though. The Commanders. Oh, boy, do they have a tough matchup. Boy, do they have a fun one. They're on Sunday Night Football at home in FedEx Field in their final their final home game of the regular season, and what will likely be their final home game, period, because it doesn't look like they would win the division because of the teams that Philadelphia is playing next against Atlanta. That'll be huge. So Atlanta, Washington in FedEx Field next week. So that's who they got next, and then they have Dallas, who's already eliminated from the playoffs. Tagovailoa airs one out. It is caught by a Shane. But it's kind of funny. Green Bay and Green Bay and Washington have to outpace themselves still because of the fact that there are two division leaders in front of you that could end up being the two teams behind you in the wild card, because both of those teams behind you fighting for a playoff spot are both very close to clinching division, to trying to get through divisions. Second and 10 in the first quarter in Buffalo. I don't like that this game is moving so fast. Hopefully this game can kind of slow itself down. Well, the only other game that's moving a little faster is as slower as the Jacksonville game, but there's just nothing on that. And what I'll do is if that game is the one where I can't sit and watch it, I'll have it on radio on my computer and I'll try to explain what's happening. A low screen in the flat for New England. Yeah, it's not good for them. The good thing, though, it's not good for them when it comes to one seed. But the good thing, though, is that they have a good road because they were down the road in Landover, where they're familiar with. They're going back to Philadelphia for the rest of the regular season. They'll be home for the last two games. Their next two opponents, the Cowboys and the Giants, both teams that have been eliminated from the playoffs. Tagovailoa is hit. He has a man to Tyreek Hill, and it's incomplete. It is tapped down as Lanier made the deflection, and it is fourth down, and it looks like Miami is going to have to try a field goal attempt against the 49ers. It's interesting, though, right? San Francisco. They go to the they go to the play. They went to the NFC Championship game the last 2 years, and I had a feeling they were going to take a step back. I didn't think they were going to be a wild card team, or not even make the playoffs. Jason Sanders' kick is right down Broadway. A 3-0 lead for Miami. All right, we're back early, second quarter in Seattle. 3rd and 7 for the Vikings. And Darnold goes down, and this is huge for the Lions as well because the Lions they got to win, an Eagles loss. In fact, I think if Seattle wins, don't quote me on this, Detroit with help might have an opportunity next week on Monday Night Football against the 49ers. An NFC Championship game rematch to clinch the number 1 seed, although I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. All right. Buffalo brings the linebackers all set up on quasi coverage. Tries to chip one through and could not make the hit. Drake May gets a first down for New England. They move the chains. You imagine a team. They did lose to Los Angeles 2 weeks ago, but put up all those points against the Lions last week, and they're losing to New England, who has nothing to play for. I mean, Buffalo's already wrapped up their division, and they need to win this game to be able to sniff that 1 seed. Here's May, throws short. And it is caught by third and 14. O'Connell trying to get out. He's sacked by the Jaguars. They got to him. Well, Stevenson is wrapped up by the Bills back in Buffalo. What? Maybe. I may. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. Honestly, I care far less about the Winter Classic than I do about the outdoor game. You're like, what are you talking about? The Heritage, the outdoor game in February. Because the Winter Classic is, St. Louis, Chicago? Right? I don't really care about that, to be honest with you. It's interesting, but I don't have a rooting interest. Detroit Columbus is far more intriguing at Ohio State. And I have a dog in the fight. Drake May throws over the middle, caught first down. And New England is driving Hunter Henry. Oh, that's the Winter Classic? Vegas versus Seattle. No. It's Chicago. No, Vegas Seattle was last year. Yeah, I don't care about that. I mean, it's a good game. I just don't have a real care about it. I'll watch it. I'll probably broadcast it, but it's nowhere near as interesting as Columbus, Detroit. Stevenson again tried to truck his way through. And not much, though, on the play. I'm just doing some math real quick. Low snap, May, the screen, Stevenson taken out of bounds before he got to the goal line. They will play New England in New England in 2 weeks. Buffalo, if they win today, it has to do with how many AFC wins you have. But yes, Buffalo, if they win today and they win next week, will clinch a top 2 seed in the playoffs. And next week they play the Jets, who lost earlier. Raiders are punting off. This game is taking way too long. This game has more time in it than the other. But this game has nothing to play for, really. So as I said, if this game's the last game, we'll put it on. I'll probably put it on the Raider call. There's nothing in this. This is just basically a draft bowl. Raiders, Vegas. There's no clinching. There's no elimination. They've both been eliminated. But Purdy is in the gun. They just got out of the first quarter in Buffalo. We are in Miami. This game has had far less points than I thought it was going to have. Well, you know what also could speed up that Jacksonville game? That game probably somebody's going to start scoring. This game, if this game could stay close, there'll be more timeouts and we can hope for that. Well, actually, no, because this game can't be last either. That's right. This game can't be last either. Although, as long as that game and the other is happening, that's fine. It's just that if Buffalo, New England is last, that would be good for us because then I could just flip there. But if Buffalo, New England ends earlier, we'll just hope kind of probably, I would say, that game goes. But 4th and 1, San Francisco picks it up. And a first down for the 49ers. So those tuning in late, there are 2 teams left that are not in a playoff spot currently. Seattle, who cannot get in this week because of the Rams win, and Atlanta, who can get into the playoff position if Tampa Bay loses to Dallas in about 3 hours. We also have puck drop coming soon in a couple games in the NHL. which is very interesting. 15-yard gain for the Vikings. They, of course, want to keep doing what they're doing. Seven nothing New England, as they said, in Buffalo. This is not what you want. And remember, and this was the whole thing. It's so funny. They build it. They said Kansas City, if they clinch Kansas City on Christmas Day, what a game this will be. They can clinch home field. Well, they could clinch home field without any help. An interception by a defensive tackle who lost the helmet for Miami. The 49er drive appears to be over. It is over. No points. No points for San Francisco. Miami comes away with the football, and they stop a long and fruitful drive for the 49ers. Now they're trying to see, did it hit the turf? It hit the ground. No interception. The drive is alive for San Fran. And who would have thought in Week 16, San Francisco and Miami would have a pivotal game. Both teams playing, but both teams would not be contenders. That one would be still fighting for their playoff lives, and it would be the Dolphins, not the 49ers. Short screen, Minnesota gets close to the marker. They are driving. A Seattle win would be a breath of fresh air for the Lions, who have to play the Vikings. With the way the Vikings are playing, I can almost guarantee you, with the Lions getting the primetime spot next week, and they want to get as much primetime coverage as possible, that's your Sunday night game. That's the game we don't do in 2 weeks. I can almost guarantee you that's the case. There still are 4 divisions in play in the NFC. I don't think the NFC East will be in play in 2 weeks, in early January. I just don't. Jaguars are driving. This game is taking a long, long time. Early in the quarter, it is incomplete. There's a flag down, and it might be on the Bills. All right, Mac Jones throws into the end zone. Incomplete. Jaguars want flags. They got him. Flag on the Raiders. It is pass interference. It's on the Bills. Not what you want, but pass interference on the Bills. So they interfere with the slot receiver. First and goal. They fake it to Stevenson. May down the sideline. He's pushed out of bounds. And Jacksonville is trying to pile drive the ball into the end zone, and they are stopped at the nose of the end zone. Great song. Trent, let me see if you know that. Do you know the name of that song? Yeah, I want to see. Do you know the name of that song, Trent? And do you know who sings it? I would ask you, do you know the album? But I actually don't remember the album. Good. Yeah, I don't remember the album. It's like Saint Anger, I think. No, wait, no. That's 02. I think that. Yeah, I don't remember the name of that. I don't remember which album that one is. Stevenson up the gut to the 5, breaks a tackle. Touchdown, New England. It is 13-0 New England somehow. Oh, wait. Yeah, don't remember. So New England is right now beating the Bills by several possessions. They tried another gut punch up the gut in Nevada, and Jacksonville never got in. Kick is right down Broadway. It's 14-0 Bills. Or excuse me, New England. 7-7 still. Our score. 3rd and 8 for the Vikings. They've had to drive. Darnold tries to get out. Darnold is sacked. We have flags. Derek Hall with the sack, but we got to see what this is about. Darnold got ripped down too. Offside of the Seahawks. Wow. So 3rd and 8 is going to become 3rd and 3. All right. Back in this game that is, I don't know why this is so long. Jacksonville and Vegas, they got in. Touchdown. Jaguars. It is 7-0 Jaguars. Darnold throwing into the end zone. Touchdown, Justin Jefferson. Touchdown, Vikings. So after the offsides, the sack was negated. The offsides on 3rd and 3. There is a flag on the field, but I think this is on excessive celebration because it came late. So that'll be interesting because that's going to be, what, I think on the kickoff? But Justin Jefferson gives the Vikings the lead back. It's 13-7. And an extra point coming for Minnesota. Purdy has a man. Samuel down the sideline. And the 49ers are in the red zone, trailing by 3. Late in the first quarter there. Vikings already going to the playoffs, the first team out of the NFC that did not make the postseason last year. If the playoffs started as currently constructed, 2 teams would make the postseason that did not last year. Minnesota and Washington. And the quarter is over. 49ers are driving. They have a 2nd and 1 in the red zone, but they trail 3-0. All right, so 5:50 left in the second. Early in the second in Buffalo, which is, again, not what we want with, how I can broadcast the games. And about 90 seconds left in Vegas in the first quarter, 7-0 Jaguars. But we're back in Buffalo. Bills got to score. But all you got to do is get one. Put some doubt in the Patriots' mind. Allen has nowhere to go. Allen reverses field. Josh has a man, caught, first down. Right around the 43 of the Bills. And now you're only 7 yards away from midfield. And you can start to use this high-octane offense against New England. Extending the plays. Bill Belichick, although he's not here, this is a large amount of his players on this team. Always struggled against quarterbacks That got good blocking and could extend plays. Hand off to the outside. Tries to rub up the sideline. Does. And is taken out of bounds at second down. Me too. Try. $14 in favor of New England. 2nd and 5 for Josh. Motion man comes out behind him. Josh takes the snap, waits in a gun. Josh going to throw a high screen. It's caught. And it'll be a first down and more. He is taken out of bounds at the New England bench. Now we're starting to move. All right. The quarter that will never end is finally in its final minute of play. They have a new quarterback in, the former Jaguar for the Raiders. And they are starting to move the football. And Aidan O'Connell just got Myers to the 30. And that ends the first quarter. Former Jaguar to former Jaguar. First quarter is up. And the Raiders are driving, trailing by 7. Handoff up the gut. First down and more. To the 20. To the 10. Touchdown, Bills! That's what everybody was waiting for. James Cook, baby. And it's 14-6 New England. James Cook goes all the way. All right, they're starting the second quarter in South Beach. Purdy sacked on 2nd and 1, and he loses about 9. 3rd and long for the 49ers coming up. But James Cook goes all the way. And the lead for New England is 8. It can be 7 with an extra point. Kick is up. It is right down Broadway. 14-7 New England now. And the Bills are kicking off back to New England. Need to get a stop. But they get a touchdown. All right, 3rd and 8. From about the 16 of Miami. Samuel, first down. Pushes a couple of Dolphins into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers. They have the lead. 46 seconds into the second quarter. 6-3 San Francisco, who can play spoiler and knock the Dolphins out of the playoffs. So we'll go to a 5-team race in the AFC for those 2 playoff spots to only a 4-team race. And if Miami does lose this game, that game against Cincinnati and Denver is going to be huge. That is going to be such a big game on Saturday. And the kick is right down Broadway. And it is 7-3 San Francisco. They're up by 4. Miami will get the football. Trailing now. That would be an interesting disparity, too, if those things were to happen, because Indianapolis would have a much easier schedule than Cincinnati. As Maffei, who's from the state of Minnesota, sacks Sam Darnold, and it is 3rd and long for the Vikings, leading by 7. Seattle's defense has been no joke, I'll tell you that. So, for that, yeah, we said Indianapolis has 2 easy games. They have the Giants and Jacksonville. It's tough games for Cincinnati. They have a head-to-head with Denver. And Indianapolis, I think, has to lose. I believe Indianapolis has to lose one of those 2 games, either against Jacksonville or the Giants. As we got a 1st and goal for the Raiders. Steps up, throws into the end zone, incomplete, no flags. He was looking for Myers again, but that's the deal with Indianapolis, which helps them. But yeah, Cincinnati is Denver, who is not in the playoffs, but is on the verge of going to the playoffs, and then they have a game against an actual playoff team, Pittsburgh. Do I think Higgins? What draft? The NFL draft? Handoff up the gut. The Raiders, do they get in? Yes, touchdown. Las Vegas. And an extra point will tie this game. Alex Madison gets the score for the Raiders. And he's bear crawling. His 4th touchdown of the year and his 5th of his young career. No, because he's not the issue. I would probably fire the defensive coordinator. Because defense was the issue. Yeah, no, because he's an offensive guy, and him and Joe Burrow are lockstep. And Joe Burrow, even if they miss the playoffs, everybody's saying Josh Allen. I think Joe Burrow could win the MVP. Joe Burrow's numbers have been ridiculously gaudy. Things he did against Cleveland, and he's had no defense. He's had to be everything. And he has been, and he has single-handedly, I know he's had Jamar Chase, but he's the guy that's made it happen. And if they had a different quarterback, Jamar doesn't have as many receptions. He's had to put them on his back. He has, and he's going to put them not only in a position to make the playoffs, but in a position where he could become a guy that could lead them far in the playoffs because they're getting hot. But I don't know what draft you're talking about. I don't even know what sport that is. So absolutely not. I wouldn't fire him, but I probably would fire the DC. They, with a competent defense, could be a really strong team next year. Cincinnati, depending on what they do in the draft. But I believe they need a win. I believe for Cincinnati, I think they need to win their next 2, a loss by Indy on either of their 2 games, and I think they need whoever falls out, either Denver or Los Angeles. So, no, it would be Denver because they beat Denver. So they would need Denver to lose out. That's funny. I was saying that the Chargers have a very easy chance to walk into the playoffs, but they got New England. And I think that's the Saturday game they have New England. Yeah, that's the Saturday 1 o'clock game. I'll be very much deep doing an assignment, so I'll probably have that on my computer. NHL? Oh, I don't know. I don't know too much about him. I got to start looking him up. Probably. Tagovailoa stands in, throws short to his favorite target again. And it's a 1st down. Jonnu Smith with the pickup. All right, Tagovailoa in the gun. Handoff up the gut and sliding close to the 1st down line, but he does not get there. Let's take some time to check out some of these NHL scores. All right, we're scoreless in Amalie Arena, a big game between the Panthers and the Lightning. It's 1-0 Utah hosting Anaheim with the goal for Utah. This is great. With the goal for Utah is Clayton Keller, the captain. And we're scoreless in the capital of the United States, the Capitals, who have had a great year early on. are scoreless against Los Angeles in the first 4 minutes played there. Incomplete Tagovailoa on second down across Matos. Matos on the coverage for the 49ers. All right, Geno in the gun. We're back in Seattle. 3:26 to go. 17-7. Minnesota has a 10-point lead. And this would hurt Seattle, wild card and division to get in. We were talking about the other two teams. We didn't mention the other two teams, Denver. So Denver, I believe, Denver has Cincinnati, and then they have Kansas City. So that's interesting, but Kansas City has a really good chance to lock up that number 1 seed, so Kansas City probably wouldn't have much to play for in that final week against Denver. And they could clinch that today, so it's not likely that Kansas City will start a lot of players on their team against the Broncos. And then the Chargers, if somehow they are a team that lose out, which would not be likely. But, actually, that's the other thing, as there's a hold, is that the Broncos have to be, for Cincinnati, the Broncos have to be the last team out because the Chargers have a tiebreaker on the Bengals. Incomplete. The Seahawks wanted a flag, and it's 4th down. So I'll check if a couple of those teams... Can you stream an NHL game? Well, I mentioned this. I'm going to stream hockey closer to the postseason. So once the NFL's over, I'm probably going to focus more on hockey. You have to also realize, Alexis, I'm also doing my job, too. I work for high school sports networks, so I still do... hockey, basketball, wrestling, and I still do that usually in the week, so I usually can't broadcast on the week as much. But once we get further on, I plan on kind of diverting myself into hockey and doing more hockey games when I can. So probably not soon, but I'm transitioning in. Don't worry. And once we get to the postseason, you're going to get a lot of playoff hockey broadcasts from me. Specifically also because a lot of the games that we do, at least in the spring, for my actual work, have they're not usually at night. Short screen for Miami, didn't get much on it. Allen, motion comes for the Bills. Short, James Cook. Cook down the sideline, 1st down and more. He's out of bounds. The Patriots sideline again. But yeah, and then the Chargers have 2 games against... they play 2 more games. They play New England on Saturday, and then on Sunday, next 2 Sundays from now, they play Vegas. Incomplete. Tagovailoa tried to throw it over the middle. And it is 4th down for Miami. Tagovailoa's short hopper. So Jason Sanders try to kick a field goal here to put the Dolphins within 1. It is 7-3 with 9:44 to go in the opening half. Snap good, hold good, kick is right down Broadway. It is the 49ers getting the ball back. Only up by 1 now. 49ers 7, Miami 6. Sorry about that. Miami 6. I have a leg cramp. Josh is in the gun. Motion comes around. Josh on the screen. And he's taken out behind the line of scrimmage. And New England on the stuff. Again, as it is 14-7 in favor of New England. But there, we'll see what the flag's about. It is pass interference. And it's on the Bills? Weird. All right, back to Vegas. Raiders with the ball. Short catch, Myers, first down and more, and he's taken out of bounds. Huge hit for the Patriots. And here we go. I'm just laying down. It feels a little bit better for me. Okay, here we go. I should sit up, but it's hard. It is hard. I'm just trying to get my back. All right. Anyway, full start, and it's on the Bills. So way too many penalties. Still a one-score game, 14-7, New England. All right, here we go. A minute 49 to go in the second. Darnold throws one. Caught. Is it a catch? I believe so. Allen takes the snap, 3rd and 16. Patriots bring 2. Allen gets out, airs one, down into the end zone. It's intercepted. Picked off by New England, but the ball, I think, is at the 1. And he's not happy about it. He's not happy about it, even though he picked off Josh, because he was trying to run through the end zone and then realized, I should just take a knee. And the Bills, I think, spotted him at the 1. So unless this is a touchback, I think they're at the 1. The kick for the Raiders is right down Broadway. They have their first lead. 10-7 in Vegas against Jacksonville in the lottery game. Showing how they got there. So Raiders have a 10-7 lead. New England is up 14-7, but I believe they have the ball at their own 1. And you know they don't like to throw the ball, so Buffalo could try to get a safety maybe here or really pin them. Vikings are up by 10. Not sure what it's doing there. 7-6 San Francisco. They have the football. They like to chew some clock. And they get right past the line of scrimmage. And it's 2nd down. Purdy escapes the rush. Purdy rolls out. Purdy launches one high. It's tipped. It's incomplete on 2nd down. It's 3rd down as Debo nearly caught the football. Debo Samuel. All right, we got 3rd down and 10 for the Vikings. Sam Darnold arcs one. It's caught, but it's short of the marker. And so it'll be 4th down, and it looks like Minnesota will punt up by 10 late in the opening half there in Washington State. Ooh, Purdy's throw just almost got picked off by Miami. Dolphins have to have this. This is essentially a playoff game. And I think... Nope, not offside. Full start on San Francisco. So they're going to back them up, and the Dolphins fans love it. They made the playoffs last year. Was that 2 years ago? I gotta make sure I have. Yes. Oh wait. No, I'm not sure. I might not be positive. Yes, they did make the. They made the playoffs the last two straight years actually. After a long drought, and they also have the longest drought of winning a playoff game. But they may not even make it. But they sack Brock Purdy, and it is 4th down, and the 49ers are going to have to punt. Emmanuel Ogbah with the sack for Miami. May throws, caught, out of bounds. And a short catch, a rub down the sideline. Smith gets some good blocking and has a man for a great gain and a 1st down, and they're close to their field goal target range to make this a 1-score game. They're inside a minute to go. 6:50 and change here. New England 3rd and 4 from the 7. Caught 1st down. And they get not around the 10-yard line. They're right around the 15 to the 15. All right, here's Geno Smith. 37 seconds left. They have 2 timeouts. 1st and 10 from the 49 of Minnesota. It is caught. Oh, my word. How did he catch that ball? He caught it with 4 Vikings on him. There were 4 Vikings on him. He caught the football, and the Seahawks have a 1st down. Smith-Njigba. Timeout Seattle. They have 1 left with 30 seconds remaining in the half. Only down by 10. And a score will make it a 1-possession game here in Seattle. Again, the Seahawks with a win do not jump into the playoff picture. Well, their picture just out, but they're not in a playoff spot yet, even with a win. But they put themselves in a good position, and it's going to really put a lot of contingency on possibly winning their division with a huge game against the Rams in 2 weeks. Into the end zone. Nobody's home. We have flags. Seahawks think they're on Minnesota. Let's see. They are. A 1st down for the Seahawks. A hold on the Vikings. And it's getting loud in Seattle. All right, handoff up the gut on 3rd down. They don't even get to the line. Buffalo might have recovered the football. We'll see. This is the hold on Metcalf. They're trying to see who has the recovery of the ball. If we do, we're going to have the ball at about the New England 23, down by 7. Touchdown, Seahawks. Njigba makes the play. He's been great on this drive. And the Seahawks have had a phenomenal drive. An extra point will put them within 3. 17-13, Minnesota. Ball's out. Yeah, you can't see who has it there. They are saying New England did recover. 4th and 1. I think they're going for it. They went to show the replay. I think they just went for it. Did they just go for it in Buffalo? I think New England went for a 4th and 1. I'm not sure. Kick is right down Broadway. It's a 3-point lead deficit. What just happened in Buffalo? I guess they must have just punt. I guess it was just a punt. I thought they went for it. No, they did go for it. On their own 25, And they got it. Ugh, wow. A fake punt, indirect snap from your own 25. And they just got enough, just barely. And a delay of game on New England. So they're going to back them up. So at least that's good. They're chewing a lot of clock. Tagovailoa. Short screen. Caught. First down. Midfield. And it's Mostert against his old team. Inside, outside, Raheem Mostert, first down and more to the 26. Miami's driving, and the former 49er is killing San Francisco. Raheem Mostert, what a run. And you could see this option sweep for Raheem Mostert. Handoff, Devin Achane. Gets a yard or two. It is 17-14. Vikings, as we know, as we were talking about. Caught. First down. First and goal. Washington for Miami. They're moving the ball. All right. We got in our NHL updates. 6:55 left in the first period. Still scoreless in Tampa. 1-1 Anaheim tied it. Okay. Who got the goal for the Ducks? Robbie Fabry, the former Red Wing. And the Caps have a goal. Caps have a 1-0 lead. Thanks to Alexei Protas. He's had a great season. Do I think Sasaki goes to Dub? Probably. Probably. They have a lot of cap. They have some cap space. Second and goal for Miami. And obviously about 2.5 hours away from puck drop in Denver and in Edmonton. NBA scores. Oh, they don't start till 6. Okay. Second and goal for the Dolphins. Tagovailoa under center. Sweep. Achane. It looked like he was going to lose yards. Then he gains a couple. Second and 4. Mac Jones is in the gun. Drake May. I keep saying Mac Jones. Mac Jones is in Jacksonville. He's in the other game, which I have not seen anything from. And he misses his receiver, and it's 3rd and 4. All right, Tagovailoa in the gun. Motion comes in. Tagovailoa throws, caught, touchdown. Miami, Tyreek Hill. More Niner killers killing San Francisco, the 49ers. Tyreek Hill gets it done, and just like that, it's a 5-point lead for the Dolphins, 12-7. Okay, they're at the half in Seattle. Man, there's a lot of time in Vegas. 8:24, which is not what we want. 10-7 Raiders still in that game. Extra point coming. It is right down Broadway. 13-7 Miami by 6. All right. Third and short for New England. They don't get it. We're at the 2-minute warning. We're getting the football back. Only down by 7. Big gain for the Raiders. First down for the Raiders. Amir Abdullah from Nebraska, the former Lion. Fakes the option pitch, throwing over the crossbody. He's got, guess who, Brock Bowers, Mr. Everything on offense, and this is a rookie we're talking about. We've seen the same thing with the Giants, Blake Neighbors. You got pieces, just got to figure out the quarterback and a couple of other offensive pieces. Raiders and the Giants are going to try to attempt that in the draft. You're going to see probably the top 2 quarterbacks landing there. I would think Shedeur Sanders is going to either of these fan bases. Up the gut, Aiden O'Connell gets the first down and moves the chains for Vegas. O'Connell handoff, and Madison is going to lose yards. All right. New England on 4th and 1. They did the indirect snap. This time they're actually going to punt it to us. All right, here we go. This is a high punt. This thing is going to bounce and be taken by New England. Touchdown at the 20. It's where we'll start with the football. All right, back to Vegas. So they're at the half, and then we still have that game, and I think San Francisco getting the ball back. Down by 6 now. Abdullah lost the football. The referee on the far side immediately said incomplete. He never caught it. It is 3rd and 12 for the Raiders, leading by 3. All right, 3rd and 12 for the Raiders. Stands in, there's the screen. Madison, he's taken out of bounds short of the line of gain, but he's going to give them great yards for Anders Carlson. All right, Josh takes the snap. We're back in Buffalo. Josh throws one over the top. It's tipped. It's incomplete. Almost picked off by New England. They have been ball hawkish at that just corner of the sideline. And he tried to just pinball this thing right to the corner and almost picked off. It's kind of funny, actually, because New England's missing the playoffs, and when they're doing red zone streams before the playoffs, then we'll do playoff game streams, that the last time we'll have New England and the next time is against Buffalo. Because they're playing on Saturday against the Chargers next week, and they're obviously eliminated from the postseason. And they won their first game. They beat Cincinnati, who's still in the playoff race. But they're eliminated. First down, Bills. We got a flag. Keon gets to the line. Let's see what the call is. Legal formation on the Bills. All right, here we go. San Francisco, Purdy throws over the middle. It's caught. It's Kittle. Kittle tries to get a block. Kittle gets a block, and he gets to the 45-yard line. Purdy fakes the give. Purdy rolls out, throws, caught. And out of bounds goes Juwan Jennings. All right. Here is Josh. He is scrambling away. Josh throws. And has a man out of bounds. Minnesota. And the Jaguars fumbled the football, and the Raiders picked it up. They're up by 6, and they have the ball right around midfield. Something I realized that I didn't realize until now. Green Bay, I did not know this, is eliminated from winning the North with a Viking win today, because it's that weird situation that we were talking about with San Francisco and Arizona. Green Bay plays Minnesota next week. They would, I forget if they beat Minnesota. I have to check real quick. No, they did not, but they would still tie them. But Minnesota then beating Detroit, because Detroit is the tiebreaker. Minnesota would have more wins than Green Bay could have. So what they need to win the division, if anyone's wondering, is Josh's throw is incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down with 39 seconds left. We're driving. We're in New England territory, on that side of the field, or whatever. They would need a win by Seattle this week. Then a San Francisco upset of Detroit on Monday, beat Minnesota, and then they would have to beat Chicago in 2 weeks and have the Vikings beat the Lions. That's the only way they could win the North. And right now, it is tipped. It is incomplete. And 3rd down for the Bills. 30 seconds left, and Kincaid, the veteran from Florida State, he got roughed up there. But anyway, yeah, that's the deal for them. And right now, Minnesota is winning at the half. So if that score holds, Green Bay will be eliminated from divisional contention. But they can still get in as a wild card, and they can clinch a playoff spot actually tomorrow. In fact, that Minnesota win is really going to be detrimental for a lot of teams, because if that's the case, that means that spot is going to be sealed up, as it's incomplete on 3rd and 10. It's 4th down, Shakir, and now Josh is going to have to decide a decision and make a decision now. But yeah, that's really interesting, because that would entrench Green Bay in as a wild card spot, which would mean the losers of the South and the West would have basically one spot they could contend for, which Washington's in the driver's seat at. Because Minnesota and Detroit have already clinched the playoffs. So, yeah. So, if Minnesota wins and Green Bay wins, then you have 3 teams going at one spot, basically. The 2 losers of the West and the South and Washington. Timeout by Miami. San Francisco's driving with a chance to tie the game. And Green Bay can also eliminate, what's the team? New Orleans by winning tomorrow. But New Orleans might already be out of the postseason. Actually, this site is saying the Saints are out. Let me see if that's true, because, again, I thought the division... but remember the tiebreaker we talked about, it was division wins, so it'll be 1-1. And then it would go off of divisional records. Okay. Yeah, what's up? Thrown in the end zone, incomplete by Purdy. I'm looking at something because I initially said New Orleans was not eliminated. They might be, actually. I'm just checking New Orleans because Tampa, the best they could do is 2-4. So they both would be locked at 2-4. So now I got to look at the next tiebreaker. We'll talk about this. It is incomplete going to Kittle, and now San Francisco is going to have to put in the field goal unit. They're not going to be able to tie the game right now, as Miami had a defensive stand that deflected the ball at the line of scrimmage, tipped it square up. So, okay, so 1-loss tie percentage in common games is the tie. Okay, so... Well, it officially says they're out. I'm trying to see, like, what... Oh! I see. Because they're basically even in the division. There's one common game that they lost. And you're going to go, oh, you're actually interested in this. You're going to go, wow. The game that New England is with the football, they're trying to make a play, and it's halftime. 14-7 New England. We are getting the ball back to start the second half, thank God. 14-7 New England, who would have thunk it? The Saints game against Washington last week. Remember that whole craziness at the end? Because that common opponent, Tampa Bay, beat New Orleans. Because of that common opponent, Tampa Bay beat them, and they lost to Washington. That's the tiebreak that Tampa has over New Orleans. So with Tampa's win later that afternoon, I didn't know this, they actually eliminated the Saints from the playoffs. So the Saints came in eliminated from the postseason. I didn't know that. So that's how they got eliminated. We're already in the second half in Seattle. So I find that interesting. So if the Saints would have hit that 2-point conversion, they would have also had that common win, and then it would have slipped down to another tiebreaker, and they would have had a shadow of a chance. And the win against Philly probably would not have been as big for Washington. They still would have had a lot more they would have had to do. So that huge 2-point conversion miss by the Saints affected a large majority of things. I'm very excited. Now you are still young. I believe you're not even a teenager yet, so you're still in the age of getting, I don't want to say toys. It sounds like juvenile, but games and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe I'll get one, but I'm not really. I'm turning 25 in March. I'm gonna get clothes, which I'm happy for, because I need more clothes. Nice clothes for games and stuff like that. Money, which is always good, and I don't know, whatever else. And basically, at this age, if I want something really for Christmas that I'm pretty sure they're not going to get me, I can get it. All right, they're close to the line to gain. It is 17-14 Vikings. I'm not. When I say close, listen. There are some hockey jerseys and football jerseys I want. I found a site I can get them. I will probably get them later on in the future. That is not. I'm not getting stuff like that. That's not at all being looked at. Geno Smith has a man. It's intercepted. Oh, incomplete. He dropped it. The free safety dropped it for Minnesota. If he had thrown it a little higher, Seattle would have the lead, but instead, they have a decision to make with the ball at the 35-yard line. Well, I think it's an easy decision. You try to tie this game. You try to tie this football game right now, and they will attempt to do so. 24 seconds left in the half here in Miami. Short throw, and he is in bounds. They have no timeouts. 13-10 Dolphins with the lead, and it's 4th down, and can't stop the clock, so I would assume this is the half. Tagovailoa is not in any urgency. This is halftime. We go to the half. Miami up by 3. If it holds, their playoff hopes are slimly alive. If they don't win, they are eliminated from the postseason after making the playoffs the last 2 years. The kick is right down Broadway. We are tied in Seattle. 17 all. So they're talking about what we mentioned, that the Minnesota loss helps them. As we also said, a Minnesota win. I'm seeing if they're going to mention my point about Green Bay. So they didn't mention it, but that's also a key thing with the Vikings game. A Viking win eliminates Green Bay from divisional contention, the ability to win the NFC North. And it would be a 2-team division like the East is, like the West is, like the South is. I think like every division in every conference is. I think every division is a 2-team division right now, including the AFC, I'm thinking. Yes, because there's only one division in the AFC that hasn't been won, and that's the North. And that's a 2-team division. Also, I didn't realize this. Let me get back to it. Where is it? Where is my ESPN playoff machine? What? I just had it. What the heck? Give me a second, guys. I lost my playoff machine. I don't know where it went. We're about set for two tip-offs of the 3 NBA games. Tip-off in Canada, the Raptors hosting the Rockets, and tip-off in Sacramento. It seemed to be our the puck drops here heritage thing that every time we get into the 4:25 hour, there's a Pacers game. There is one tonight in Sacramento. The Kings host the Pacers in a very intriguing game. And the kickoff to the Vikings. So what I was saying was, I was surprised that Pittsburgh is still in the division lead. I thought Baltimore would be, but they are not. Although a Baltimore win and a Pittsburgh win would put them in the division lead. In fact, there's some stake next week if anybody's interested for the Texans. If the Steelers, they actually on Christmas could get a big Christmas gift. If they beat Baltimore and beat the Steelers, actually, it doesn't even matter what the Steelers do. If the Texans win their 2 games, they're going to actually slide up to a 3 seed. Oh, wait, no, that's not correct. That's not correct. They do need a Steeler loss. I wasn't wrong about that. Yeah. Right. 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 If the Texans get a loss by Pittsburgh, because I think they have more AFC wins, they would actually jump to the 3 seed. If they lose next week, they're entrenched as a 4, and whoever's the 5 could be Pittsburgh, Chargers, Broncos, Indianapolis, Cincinnati. Well, I don't think Cincinnati can get to a 5, but. All right, Jacksonville is still in the first half because this game is taking way too long. Jones throws one. It's caught, and they're short of the target line. They do have a timeout, and it's first down. And they just called a timeout with 15 seconds left, which means they have to know what these plays are. Either to run the spike. Oh, we got to. It's key that he called a timeout because there is a tackle down for Jacksonville. And for a game that has literally nothing in stake, they're taking too long in that game. All right, 3rd and 1. Vikings with the football. We are tied at 17. At the half in Buffalo. At the half in Miami. New England and Miami have leads. And now the tackle is coming off the field, so I think they can run a play here for Jacksonville. And I believe the Vikings did pick up the first down. And for anyone that just came in, as we said, a Viking win will cement the NFC North with every other division except that has not been won and not been clinched as a 2-team division with the Vikings and the Lions. But the Packers won as a 7 seed last year, obliterating 2 seed Dallas, who aren't even going to the playoffs this year. Jacksonville fumbled the ball. I think the Raiders have it. And if the Raiders have it, that's your half. Raider ball. And that's going to be the end of the half. 7 seconds left, but the Raiders will take one kneel down, and they're going to enter halftime with the lead. As a false start on the Vikings, they're going to really hear the crowd, but the Jaguars just fumbled the football, and Las Vegas recovers, and finally this game is going to go to the half. Likely this game will be the last game. I don't have it, so we're likely going to have I'm going to have a radio call on that. If I can get See if I can log into my account so I don't have to do it. Oh, no. Flag down, but Hawkinson makes the catch. All right, I think I got in, everybody. All right. And that throw is incomplete again. Hawkinson went in the flat. Jones up the gut. Doesn't get much. And Darnold's throw is incomplete. On now it's fourth down. All right, we got it. I got it on radio. So just in case that's the last game, I can get it. Perfect. All right. Oh, what's that? All right. Field goal attempt for the Vikings. It is right down Broadway. It was going wide left, but he hooked it in. 20-17. 6:25 in the third. The Vikings, they have the lead. 20-17. All right, they're already in the second half in Buffalo, which is, again, we don't want, but that's fine. Okay. 2nd and 5. Bills with the ball. 14-7, New England with the lead. We play New England again in 2 weeks in New England. As Bills will have their final home regular season game next week against the Jets. But they already have home field in 1 game. It looks like, and they can clinch it up next week, home field in at least 2 games. And if they can finish the deal here, and either the Broncos or the Steelers can help them out in the next 2 weeks, they can get the number 1 seed over Kansas City. Remember, the Chiefs have only lost 1 game this year, and it was to this team in this building. Josh is in the gun. He hands it off to Cook. Cook up the gut. Cook evades tacklers and cuts upfield. Solid game. But it is still a 7-point lead for the Patriots. Apparently, Tank just left the hospital last night. Tank Dell. He had that big knee injury. I do not think he'd be able to play against Baltimore. Probably not against Tennessee either. Maybe in the playoffs if the Texans make a run. Also, this Trent, you'll enjoy this. Although the team is eliminated, Micah Parsons is in the lineup today in the night game tonight against Tampa Bay. He will play for the Cowboys. And the Cowboys can play spoiler and help out the Falcons, who play Washington next week. So that'll be a big game for Atlanta, as Tampa Bay has Dallas this week, then Carolina next week, and New Orleans the week after. So Tampa Bay has they have a very easy schedule. Atlanta's games aren't crazy. Well, next week is going to be a title fight, but the week after will be easy for them. Atlanta has Carolina to end their season, but they have Washington next week. And Washington will have a chance to clinch a playoff spot next week, as Geno Smith is getting out of there and he dumps it off. But actually, I'm not sure. Well, I think they still would need help. Depending on, I think if Minnesota wins here and now they still would need help from what? Oh wait, no. If Minnesota wins, they might be able to clinch themselves because they're playing Atlanta. Because that would take Seattle out of the conversation, but I'm not sure. Lofts went into the back of the end zone, and it's caught in the seats. They have to give that ball back though. Josh has just been not able to get anywhere with this ball, but with the way New England wants to roll clock and possess the football like they did against Cincinnati, you better score a touchdown in this drive. It is incomplete. We're in Seattle, for those wondering. Geno Smith, slow to get up. Yeah, he got hit hard, and it was incomplete. But yes, Josh just missed that throw into the end zone. New England running prevent defense, but it's 2nd and goal. From the 7. It's a direct snap to Cook. James gets to the 5, and now it's 3rd and goal. He would have broken that tackle. He would have scored, but it's a good run by Cook. Remember this surprising score. That would clinch Kansas City, the number 1 seed, and the bye. It would put Buffalo at the 2 or the 3. Touchdown, Bills! James Cook. He's done it all in this football game. And an extra point will tie the game. 14-13, New England. Huge extra point coming, and they love it in Buffalo. Tyler Bass, here we go. Extra point is right down Broadway. We have a tie game. We suddenly have a tie game. So a one-score game in Seattle, a tie game, a one-score game in every game going on. Actually, yes, in every game. Every game is a one-score or a tie game. This is a tie game. It's a one-score game in Seattle, a one-score game in Vegas, a one-score game in Miami. Hopefully they got out of the half very soon in South Beach, I'm hoping. 13-10 San Francisco. I believe the 49ers are getting the ball to start the second half. I believe, but I'm not sure. Also, this is interesting. You can actually look at the AFC playoff odds and the clinching scenarios immediately after either Buffalo, New England, or Miami, San Francisco. Well, technically, it wouldn't really be open until even the non-playoff teams are open. So after, the Jacksonville Raiders or whatever ends last, the AFC is going to be done because today and tomorrow are both NFC games. And it's actually the same deal with Week 17. And because Week 18 is likely going to be an 8:30 game, that none of the night games are going to be AFC teams. So they'll find out earlier, which I think is kind of interesting. We are out of the half in Miami, and Tyreek Hill caught the football, and it's a flag, and it is on Miami. Miami did recover, get the ball, not San Francisco. And it's on Miami for a hold. So you can already start looking at the clinching scenarios and elimination scenarios next week in the AFC after all these AFC games go final, which is kind of interesting. NFC, we'll have to wait till tomorrow where we have one clinching opportunity. A win or a draw by Green Bay sends the Packers into the playoffs against the New Orleans team who's already eliminated. And if Minnesota holds on, with Green Bay only being able to clinch a wild card spot, it would put three teams, the losers of the West and the South in the NFC, and Washington, towards one final playoff spot. 54-yard field goal attempt for Jason Sanders to give them a 6-point lead. Miami playing for their playoff lives. Indianapolis, Cincinnati Chargers, and Denver are currently all in the playoff picture without a spot clinched, and this kick is right down Broadway. He nailed it. And a 6-point lead for the Dolphins, 16-10, but they'll kick back to San Francisco, who will have a chance with a touchdown to tie the ball game. 16-10 Dolphins. A loss or a draw eliminates Miami from the playoffs, as we said. Indianapolis is one of the teams. They will go to East Rutherford next week. They'll play the Giants. And the Colts, as you said, will play the Giants. I believe that's a 4:25 game, which is kind of interesting. And in fact, if Miami wins this game and they stay alive after next week, And you know what we'll do? Because this is kind of a fun situation, what I'll do is after all the games are done on Red Zone, I will stay a little longer and I will go with you guys. We'll mention it next week as well, but I'll go with you guys early and kind of talk about the AFC, not the NFC, because there's still those 2 games. It's still in the running, but we'll talk about the AFC games and we'll talk about what teams are available to win the divisions. Or clinching, elimination, all that with the AFC. We'll talk about what that is like this week. So we'll do that. That could be fun. So stay for that. So stay after the final game. So please stay for the final game and we will talk about those scenarios. But I was going to say it's interesting, Miami, if they stay in it, as Darnold is a 3rd and 9, and Hockenson dropped the ball short of the marker anyway. He wouldn't have gotten there. It is 4th down, and it will be, I believe, a Viking punt. But anyway, that's kind of how that game went. But, excuse me. Anyway, Giants, I believe, playing at 4:05 or a 4:25 game. I don't know why. It's weird. I think they switched it like last week because they could tell that the Colts were grinding for a playoff spot, and they wanted that to be more of a primetime game. But the funny thing is that if Miami stays in it this week and next week, still an if, big if, but if they do, I think that Jet game is going to be put at the 4:25 because usually the games with huge playoff implications get dropped out of the 1 o'clock hour. So I think they may do that. Because Miami, if you're wondering why the Jets, Miami's playing the Jets at MetLife, I'm pretty sure. Yes. In the Jets' final home game of the year. So you may have back-to-back 4:25. So today, we'll have to see, but today may have been the final 1 o'clock game in MetLife Stadium. Now, if Miami is eliminated today or next week, then there's a possibility that that isn't the case. And Davis hustles his way for a 1st down for the Bills. Big run. Bit of a counter there. I have no idea what's going on with Vegas and Jacksonville, but as I said, the last game that's playing, Red Zone can't legally show it. The final of it. So the Bills have done dividends and done that the last 2 games. I don't think they're going to do a 3-peat. So, as I said, the last game we'll get on the radio, so I won't exactly know what's going on. I'll have it piped in my ear, and I'll translate it out to you guys. Allen steps up, throws one into the end zone. It is incomplete. No flags. Shakir was wide open at first, but New England got right there to make the play. And just like that, it is going to be 2nd and 10 as the Bills nearly got a touchdown to take the lead. Still tied at 14 in the 3rd quarter in Western New York. Remember, a win, and the Bills stay in contention for the 1 seed. But the Bills would need 2 wins, and they would need losses by Kansas City against they would need losses by Kansas City against Pittsburgh on Christmas Day, and a loss by Kansas City next week, or 2 weeks against Denver. I believe is that in Kansas City? No, I think that's in Colorado. That is. Oh, I didn't know that Kansas City's last home regular season game was last night. I didn't know that. Now, they're going to have a home game. In fact, they may have home field if New England has what they want and they just force the 4th down. But Better goal. What? What? Sack? How's what? I don't understand that question. What? Sakic or Brodeur? How is? I thought you were gonna say wow. I had a whole thing planned, but Sakic? I don't know why you asked that question. That's stupid. Sakic was a center. I mean, yeah, he did some good goalie work sometime in the goal when Wah was AWOL because Wah would go behind the goal, kicked away. He did good, but it was a goaltender. Kick is right down Broadway. 6:02 to go in the third. The Bills have their first lead. 17-14, and New England now will get the ball trailing for the first time. They fumbled the ball. We drive it down. Tyler Bass, baby, he gets it done. And a field goal gives the Bills a 17-14 lead. Their first of the game. We have not heard a lot going on in South Beach. Nothing from Nevada yet. But it's been these two games mainly, which have the least amount of time left. This one that does. 1:16 left in the third quarter. 3rd and 10 from their own 25-yard line, the Seahawks. They get a first down and more. Seattle needed that. They trail by 3, and they move the chains as we are getting closer and closer to the fourth quarter with Seattle. All right, I'm back. Wait 1 second. Uh-oh. All right, we're back. Trent, if you're here, stay here. I'm sorry. There's an interruption with the stream. It's back. It's back. It is Marty Brodeur because he changed the goaltender position, something Wah never really did. Yeah, the butterfly, but Patrick Wah, although he beat him in the Stanley Cup final, didn't, the longevity, not there. The unbreakable record of wins, not there. Nobody's touching Marty Brodeur's record. Marty Brodeur had more saves. He had a higher average save percentage. And yes, he had a better defense, but he did not have great goal scoring. And there seemed to be some parity in the Eastern Conference at times. There were some strong teams he would play. And for most of Wah's career, at least in Colorado, there only seemed to be about 1 or 2 teams. Only seemed to be about Dallas, Detroit, and maybe the odd San Jose or St. Louis. That was about it. And St. Louis, he absolutely owned. So, you look at Brodeur and everything he was able to accomplish with a lesser offense and a higher longevity. It pales in comparison. That what Wah did pales in comparison to what Marty did. I believe Marty's the greatest hockey player ever, not just goaltender, but hockey player ever. But back to football. Deebo Samuel gets a first down. Ivan Fedorov or Brodeur? How does that? Ivan Fedorov is not a person. If you meant Sergei Fedorov, how does that make any sense either? Oh, Ivan Fedotov. I don't even know what that is. Is that the Team Russia goaltender from like the 80s, 70s, 80s? Jacksonville sacked. They lost yardage. Okay. What? How in the heck does that make any sense? Doesn't make any sense. Unless you mean Brodeur the son, then probably Fedotov. But if you're just being funny, yeah, just stop. Marty Brodeur is. I'll just tell you right now before we get to football again, just so you guys know. This is how I list them, and the 5 sports of soccer, football, baseball, basketball, hockey. Hockey, Marty Brodeur. Football, Tom Brady, greatest players ever. Basketball, Michael Jordan. Baseball, Ted Williams. And soccer, Pele. Incomplete use check was in the flat, and he missed him. San Francisco driving, though. All right, here we go. May lofts one. It's caught by New England, and they're going to churn some yardage. Booty, excuse me. And from that's New England driving, but we are now in Miami, and this is and the tail of the tape with San Francisco is they have not been able to get into the end zone as much, but they've been able to get points. The kick is no good. Oh my. He overhit that. Wide left. And with 5:53 to go in the third, Miami gets the ball back in decent field position, up by 6. They need this win to stay in their playoff hopes. And right now, they are doing it. But as we said, after all the games are done, if you missed what I said, we will do. We'll sit down and we'll talk about the AFC clinching and elimination scenarios next week. Since all the AFC games will be done for this week, as there are only 2 more games remaining, and they are both NFC all games. And we can do the same thing next week as well, because the NFC, with the NFC playoff picture, the Sunday and the Monday night games are all NFC games. Stevenson gets a first down for New England. All right, another direct snap play on 4th down. This time Seattle running it. I don't even think they got close to the line to gain. They ran it from their 45. The Seahawks ran it from their own 45, and they did get it. Seahawks convert, first down Seattle in the 4th quarter, 2017, Minnesota. All right, here back to Buffalo. Here's May. Throws it to the end zone. It's intercepted! It's intercepted! Lewis! And the drive is over! Drake May, the rookie from North Carolina, throws an interception to Lewis, and the Bills are getting the ball back with the lead. All right, timeout Seattle. This is early. There's 13:07 left in this game, yet they already took a timeout. All right, here's the game with the most left that we have to do a commercial thing with our the radio thing with which I don't want to, but looks like we're going to have to, and that is Jacksonville playing Vegas. Vegas is up by 6. They have the ball. And a 3rd and 1 at their own 31-yard line. Fakes the handoff. O'Connell has a man. First down and more. Brock Bowers jumps to the 35. I think he already has the league record in catches. There is a flag down. Let's see who this is on. All right. No disrespect, but the more important game playoff implications in Seattle. Geno Smith is sacked. And now it is going to be about 4th and 18. I think they're going to that Seattle will have to punt. Now they only have 2 timeouts, but I think they'll have to punt here. Van Ginkel got him for Minnesota. They always blitz. This team loves to blitz, and the blitz got through the blocking of the Seahawks and got to Geno Smith to deliver an enormous sack on the Seahawks signal caller. And Madison with a takedown. Also, if Seattle loses this game, I just realized if the Rams beat Arizona, who now has nothing to play for, on Saturday, and the Seahawks lose to Chicago. When is this game? Oh, is this a Christmas Day game? I think it's a Christmas Day game, unless I'm unsure. Seattle loses to Chicago, who they shouldn't, but if they do, and the Rams win, then and the Rams win, the Rams will win the NFC West. I didn't realize that. It's that's provided Minnesota wins this game. So that's interesting. And if not, then you basically have then if Seattle but if Seattle wins next week in Chicago, I think you have a NFC West battle. You know what's funny about that is I think by Sunday we'll know if that division is decided or if the week after is going to be a battle for the NFC West between Seattle and Los Angeles in LA. That would be another candidate for the 425 for the 8:30 game, specifically also because it'd be in Los Angeles. That could give an edge too. You could say, well, that game is going to be easier for fans to actually get there because it'll be later in the day, and as opposed to Detroit, who uses the only 30 minutes behind, and LA's 3 hours, and the Bills convert a first down. All right, 16-13 Miami. They lead by 3. Or no, excuse me, 16-10 Miami. That's right, they missed the field goal. Throws, it's the first down. 30, 25. Here's Jonnu Smith. First down and more, and he hops out of bounds. A good gain for the Dolphins. We're staring at the red zone. Up by 6. How big that field goal would have been. Another field goal, it's still a one-possession game, but Miami gets a field goal here. It's a two-possession game, and it's even a wider margin if it's a touchdown. Motion comes in, and Tagovailoa just fell over the tackle, and he'll lose yards. It will officially count as a quarterback sack for the 49ers. All right, 115 and change in the third quarter. 1st and 10. Handoff, James Cook, good gain. We lead by 3. Final stages is this third quarter. Want a Kane Rangers jersey? You don't play for Rangers anymore. Play for the Red Wings. Why'd you want a Ranger? Oh, but that's right. Aren't you a Ranger fan? I forget. No, you're a Flyer fan. Yeah, I don't know why you would care. If you're a Flyer fan, why would you want Kane anything? Jonnu Smith is close to the marker, is taken out of bounds. Why would you want Flyer anything? Let's get some updates, hockey. 3-1 Panthers in the second period. Whoa. Okay. Goals for the defending champs. Eetu Luostarinen, AJ Greer, and Sam Reinhart. Talk about goals by commission. Tampa Bay has 1 goal. That is Nick Paul. It is Florida by 2. 4-2 Utah. Wow. So they came in. And the throw to the end zone incomplete. Looking for Tyreek Hill on 3rd and 2. It's going to be 4th down, and you think the field goal unit comes out, but you never know. All right, so Barrett Pointon has 2 points. Clint Keller has 2 goals. So he's still looking for a hat trick. There in the second period. Their end of the second, 2-1 Washington actually as well. Verona with the go-ahead goal so far. What is going on with Ovechkin? Is he still hurt? I got to look that up. And the kick is right down Broadway. Sanders again. And it's a 2-possession lead for Miami. It's 19-10. Miami leads. But San Francisco will be getting the ball back. They need points. Spiraling punt. And Minnesota punts it off. And the Seahawks, the returner, gets out to the 25, to the 30. And he'll have to waddle out to about the 33. The Seahawks, who trail by 3. Apparently, so Ovechkin's not coming back till after Christmas. All right. So that's the deal with that. Then obviously the other 2 games don't start till about I can't talk today because they don't start till 8 o'clock. So that'll be after this. As we know, we just do the red zone games. I won't be streaming Cowboys Buccaneers, but I will certainly be watching it. One possession game in every game, except for Miami, San Francisco. They just went up by 9, but all the Niners need to do is score, any type of score, and they'll make that a one possession game. 10:37 to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks trail by 3, 1st and 15 because of the false start. And a good gain for the big tight end for the Seahawks. It'll be 2nd and manageable for them. Win would be huge for them. Green Bay, who already has the tiebreaker on Seattle, would actually be helped by a Seahawk win. Ty Johnson, we're in Buffalo. We're in the fourth quarter. Why is that game already in the fourth quarter? And a first down for the Bills. Geno Smith handoff up the gut. It's going to be a first down for the Seahawks and more. Out to the 49 of Seattle, but wait, a flag and a hold on the Bills. So that first down is nixed on a hold on Cyrus O'Torrance, the sophomore guard. And the flag is on Seattle, so their first down is off the board as well. So holds on the Seahawks and the Bills. So 2nd and 16 for Seattle. They missed the postseason last year, but made the playoffs 2 years ago. They've had an up and down decade after having the greatest winning percentage and championship decade of their franchise of all Seattle sports in the 2010s. And Shakir loses the ball. No. Was the knee down? He got hit. New England says that his knee was not down and that they should have the ball. And this was right in front of the Patriots sideline. Let's see. Shakir. Oh, no. Yep. And that ball stays in bounds, and I think New England's going to take over. He punched it out. But I don't know who recovers, though. That's the thing. That's a wanky camera angle, too. All right, here we go. Geno Smith. He's in the gun. Geno stands in, hands off up the gut. It's going to be a first down. There are no flags. And the Seahawks are in plus territory, trailing by 3 with this clock moving. Seahawks trailing by 3. I think the Patriots with the ball. I think the Patriots are about to have the football trailing by 3. 49ers have the ball. They trail by 9. But I don't think Jacksonville has the ball. Not sure. Smith in the gun. Pistol set, tailback comes out, fakes to him, takes to the screen. Instead, goes to his second option, the slot receiver, who cuts upfield, gets a first down, and hops out of bounds at the Seahawk bench. Smith-Njigba, who has a touchdown today. And they move the chains. What a play by the Seahawks. Geno Smith on the second option. Everybody closed out the screen, and instead Smith-Njigba breaks the first tackle. And the Seahawks are really starting to dial up some packages with the offensive line to deal with this blitz. A sort of a coverage blitz there. And the Seahawks pick it up and get a first down. They're at the 15 in the red zone. The 2 tight end package has been killing Minnesota's blitz. All right, here we go. 2nd and 1. We're back in Miami. In the third quarter, Deebo Samuel. Good run. And he's down at the 37. The Miami 37. So they're moving the football. They need points. It doesn't matter what they get, but they need points. Late in the third there. Geno Smith takes off. Geno pumps, rolls out, hops out of bounds, close to the line to gain. And the Seahawks are driving this ball. They are using a lot of clock. They are in chip shot field goal range, but you know that's not what they want. They want more. Third and 4, and we have flags all over the field. It is a false start. And it's on New England, I think. First down, Seattle. To the 4. Walker. No, it's, I guess we recovered the fumble. We must have recovered the fumble. It's on us. False start's on the Bills. Walker on 1st and goal. Back to Seattle. He doesn't get back to the line. It'll be 2nd and goal. Motion. Here comes Keon Coleman. Coleman splits back into the slot. Josh stays up at 3rd and 9. Josh is going to air one down the sideline in a double coverage. Incomplete are their flags. No. Not yet. No flags. 4th down. I think we're going to have to punt here. Early in the 4th quarter. All right, 2nd and goal. For the Seahawks. Motion man comes. Watch him. They sprint out. Hands to tailback who spins. Loses yards. Back out of at the 5. 3rd and goal for Seattle. And they've used a large proportion of clock. The punt is great. The Bills' punt is fantastic. The ball is taken at the 10. New England's going to have to drive this ball the length of the field to try to tie it. They only trail by 3, but still. Credit them, though. They've limited the Bills to 17 points. All right, here we go. Seahawks stay in. Geno Smith airs one out. It is caught, but did he get both feet in? He did. Touchdown, Seahawks. 4:21 left. A.J. Barner. And the Seahawks, for the first time, have the lead, 23-20. And the extra point will force probably Minnesota to score a touchdown. And they have had issues with the Seahawks defense all second half. What a throw to Barner. Though they got to check this. They're going to have to check this. Did they check? Just to see, because the ball hit the end line a little bit. The arm was on the end line. But the kick is right down Broadway. They said it was a touchdown. It is good. And it is the Seahawks with a 24-20 lead with 4:21 to play. It's still a one-possession game, but the Seahawks have the lead for the first time tonight. And Minnesota needs to score a touchdown to retake the lead. Josh Allen looking at his hand. You don't want that. No, do not want that. But here we go. The Raiders are attempting for a two-possession lead. The kick is no good. In the game that will last for millennium, because this game is taking too long, it is still a one-possession game. It is 13-7, a 6-point lead for the Raiders. I assume you're with the LA Kings jerseys. They're pretty good. I think they're good. 4:21 left in the fourth. Seahawks are kicking the ball off to Minnesota. I didn't realize that. The Falcons have never. The Falcons in the game, Atlanta game against the Giants, it was the second time in franchise history that they had 2 pick sixes in a game, and that was, which is crazy, because that happens more often. But that was the first time since 1983. It's the last time that happened. Back when the Falcons were in the NFC West. Because there were not many teams west of Mississippi. We come after the football, and we're going to recover in the end zone for a touchdown. But, yeah, it's a touchdown. It's a touchdown. They said it's a fumble. Touchdown, Bills. Oh, my goodness. New England was at their own end zone, threw a screen, hit their own helmet. We pick it up and score. Taron Johnson, Drake May is complaining about something. I don't know what he's complaining about. He's saying forward pass. Oh, he's saying forward pass. They're going to have to look at this. So, Drake May is saying it was a forward pass. But I don't believe it is. Taron Johnson will score. They were going to review this, but I think this is going to be a Bills touchdown. Yes, they were, because there were not a lot of teams. Not till they were in the NFC West till I think the 2002 season. There was no NFC South until 2002, 2003. Yeah. Kick is right down Broadway. It is a touchdown for the Bills. And it's 24-14. We're kicking back to New England, but we lead by 10. All right, 3rd and 8 in the Millennium game again, the lottery game. And Mac Jones has a man. Touchdown, Jaguars. Thomas. And the extra point is right down Broadway. Brian Thomas, 82 yards. Jacksonville has the lead. 14-13 in Vegas. Late in the third quarter there. All right, back to Seattle. Vikings need a touchdown. Justin Jefferson is tripped up short of the line to gain, but he'll stop the clock. And it'll be 4:15 left in this football game. 24-20 Seattle. Here we go. Darnold's in the gun. Darnold. Got to stand in. Here's the veteran from Southern California. He'll get a first down and more. He knows this area very well from competing against Washington and Washington State as a college player. And he picks up the first down for the Vikings. And you had a good amount of hand fighting by Seattle and Minnesota. No holds, just a lot of hand fighting, a lot of battles. And Minnesota's going to keep driving this ball. But they need to get into the end zone to take the lead. I have to go. Merry Christmas. All right, well, Merry Christmas as well. We will see you next Sunday, the 29th, for our Red Zone special week 17. And if you're wondering, will we be done with football after week 18? No, we'll do the playoff games. We'll do the playoff games. Unless I have games that day, which I did last year, for work, we'll do the playoff games. And a crossing route over the middle of the field. He just missed his target. Darnold did. 2nd and 10 now. So it'll be big for them to beat them because Seattle lost to... They haven't beaten an NFC North team all year. They lost to Green Bay. They lost to Detroit. They have Chicago next week. Darnold is sacked. We have flags flying out. Byron Murphy gets the sack. What is the call here? 3rd and 1 for San Francisco early in the fourth quarter. They need points here. Purdy rolls out. Brock Purdy is going to throw on a run. Was that caught? Yes. George Kittle, what a catch. 1st and goal, 49ers, who need points, down by 9. Any score, offensive or defensive, makes this a one-possession game. It's a face mask penalty on Seattle. That's huge. And Minnesota gets a first down off of that before he went down. And while he was going down, he grabbed Sam Darnold's face mask. So the Vikings are going to use that penalty and bring the ball up. And there's a Dolphin down, shaken up. All right. So now actually the Buffalo game is the only game that's not a one-possession game. Everything else is. Well, no. Sorry, Miami-San Fran isn't yet, but possibly soon. Darnold jump pass. Has a man. Justin Jefferson, touchdown Minnesota. On a jump pass. And the Vikings retake the lead. 26-24. Extra point team coming. What a football game. 3:51 left. And Seattle still has 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. But what a play by Darnold. Literally the play after the face mask penalty. And he sees the broken coverage by the Seahawks and finds Justin Jefferson. Here's the kick. It's right down Broadway. Vikings back in front. 27-24. 3:51 left. But the Seahawks aren't checked out yet. This is your boxing fight. Round 6. Seahawks still have 2 timeouts. And they'll have the football. Up the gut, and it doesn't get much room for San Francisco. It'll be 2nd and goal. 49ers do have all 3 timeouts. They need points. All right, we're back in Buffalo. The other 2-possession game. And New England gets close to the marker. They need field goal or touchdown quickly. I mean, at this point, honestly, with the way Buffalo's moved the ball, Bills have moved the ball in this second half, Patriots kind of need a touchdown. Purdy throws into the end zone. I think we're going to have to do radio as well. Touchdown! San Francisco, and now this is a one-possession game. Eric Salbert, back and forth we go in the Sunshine State. It's a 3-point game, and it can be a 2-point game with an extra point, but the 49ers need a defensive stand against Miami, although a lot of time left in this fourth quarter. But what a throw by Purdy. Purdy throw. That was bad. Extra point is right down Broadway. 49ers are within 2, a one-possession game. 19-17. Miami. There you go. A 1-point game in every game except for the game in Buffalo, but a score, an offensive score for New England, and every game is a one-possession game. Raiders have the ball. They're moving. Brock Bowers, the most receiving yards at tight end, he's at 1,029. He passed Kyle Pitts for second all time. He can pass the Hall of Fame Mike Ditka, yes, the Mike Ditka, if he catches, how many receiving yards does he need? He needs 47 more receiving yards. And he's got a fourth quarter, and he's got this game. Aiden O'Connell gets out. O'Connell throws high. Caught. First down, Raiders. What a catch. So that's something to watch. Brock Bowers. Is 1,000 yards away as Geno Smith gets sacked. I want to just take a look at that clip again. And I'm going to type it on the screen so I can remember it. 1,076, okay, is the record he needs. So that's it, 1,076 is what he needs. So we'll monitor that. Geno Smith lofts one. It is. Was it picked? I think Minnesota just intercepted Geno Smith. Over to Brock Bowers. First down, Bowers. That's going to get the ball. Let's see where they snapped it. So the Raiders, they were at the 30. Let's see where they put it. And I'm going to calculate yardage. Geno Smith gets out, jump cuts one, and he did not pick it off. It was incomplete, and it's fourth down. So at the 7. To the 7. And this is in. Touchdown. Raiders. They retake the lead. So, okay. So from the 30 to the 7 is 23 yards. So he is now at 10:52. I got to remember that number. Oh, 76. That's right. It was 10:76. Okay. So 10:23. So right now 1,029 yards, 1,052. So he is now, Brock Bowers is now as there's a flag down back in Miami, he is now, I'm doing the math. Wow, is that only 24? Yeah, insane. He is only 24 receiving yards away. 25, actually. 24 is from the record because he is 25 receiving yards away from setting the all-time NFL rookie receiving yards record for a tight end, going past Hall of Famer Mike Ditka to do so. and he can set it. And that's in this game. He needs 25 receiving yards in the next 3 games, including this game. That could happen. That could absolutely happen. San Francisco, I think, just stopped Miami. Third and 1. Bills have a chance to try to punch this through. Seahawks have the ball. 2-minute warning. They trail by 3. Josh, short screen. First down and more. Down the sideline. And he will cut upfield. Thinking to lateral it behind him. That would have been stupid. But instead, he gets the gain. All right, a 60-yard field goal for Jason Myers. His career long is 61 at the 2-minute warning. Seattle has 2 timeouts. The game is not over if he misses, but I would say about 2 first downs, specifically if they're after Seahawk timeouts, and this thing is over. This kick is right. No good. Low. Too low. Too low. No good. The Vikings take over with 1:55. Seattle does have 2 timeouts, but a couple of first downs will ice it. It was looking like it was going good, and it just was too short. He lost it off the wind. Oh, man, this wasn't even getting close. My vantage point was off. That close, and the Vikings are going to get the football late in this game with a 3-point lead and a couple of first downs, and they'll win. $5:30 to go in the fourth quarter. Bills are up by 10 in the only game that is a 2-possession lead. As that's caught. As it's a 20-14 Raiders lead over Jacksonville. So that's 1 possession. This is 1 possession. San Francisco trails by 2 with 3 timeouts, 9:31 left. But they're on their own 10. Fakes the handoff. Purdy throws the screen. Caught by Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback. Kyle Juszczyk! What a run! And they're out of the shadow of their own end zone. What a play by Kyle Juszczyk. And we have a timeout in Buffalo. And the handoff to Minnesota. It's 3rd down. Kobe Bryant with the stop. And it is 3rd and 7. They need a stop, and they're going to need to have to use the ball without a lot of clock. Fakes the throw. Deebo Samuel inside. He gets a couple. And it'll be 2nd down. So I want to see what's going on in Seattle soon. One of that big corner that went down from Miami is questionable to return. That's big because they got a huge game against Cleveland. I mean, Miami's next 2 games, just like Indy's, are against teams that have not qualified for have been eliminated from the postseason. Sam Darnold is going to slide down and get sacked. Now, Seattle can't stop the clock, but they're going to get the ball. They'll have a chance to tie it or win it. Josh Allen on 3rd and 10. Jumps up to the pocket, and he is going to get past the line of scrimmage, but he was wrapped by his hip while he was crossing it, so he'll lose yards. He'll only gain a couple, and it'll be 4th down. Bills have to punt. New England needs points. Hopefully they don't get it. 4th and 15. And Minnesota Vikings are going to call a timeout with about a minute left in the football game. And the Seahawks can't stop the clock. But they will punt and they will have the ball. Raheem Mostert is short. And it's 4th down. Well, if you're the 49ers, do you punt? You have all 3 timeouts. Would you go for it here? You're trailing by 2. So Mark Sanchez, former Southern California product and Jets quarterback, made a good point and said that they're going to bring the return team out, not the block team. 55 seconds left. This ball bounces out of bounds right around the 20-yard line. Seattle had a kicker that has shaken confidence, but he could tie this game, send it to overtime with 55 seconds left in regulation time. Geno Smith from West Virginia has 18 game-winning drives. First of all, why would Woj predict that? He's a basketball guy. So that makes it so you're saying a hockey coach will coach a football team reported by an NBA reporter. Fun. I wonder if this was reported on the MLB network. Geno Smith. Oh, no, we have flags. I don't know if you're a Seahawk fan because I think this is on them. This is. False start. And this is going to back them up. They can't have it if you're Seattle. And remember, if this score holds, Los Angeles beats... I got to see if the game's on Christmas when the Seahawks are playing. When this game is next week against Chicago. Oh, it's the day after Thanksgiving. Day after Christmas. Oh, the Thursday. It's interesting they would have that. And that throw is intercepted. Geno Smith is picked off, and the Vikings are going to win the football game. The Vikings will win, and just like that, the Green Bay Packers are eliminated from NFC North division contention. They can only get in as a wild card. Where's the flag? Okay, let's see the flag first. It came very late. I think it's on Celebration. Now, if somehow there was a review on this, and this is actually on the Vikings, interesting. But if it stands, then they eliminate the Packers from NFC North division contention, meaning the Packers can only get in by a wild card. And obviously they can clinch tomorrow against New Orleans, who is already out of the playoffs. And as we said, if before Red Zone, you'll actually know if it's, what the division looks like in the NFC West, because the Rams are playing on Saturday and the Seahawks are playing on Thursday. If the Seahawks lose to the Bears and the Rams beat the Cardinals, the Rams will win the NFC West for the second time in 4 years. And yes, it is final. The Vikings win. And how about this? With Philadelphia's loss, the best two teams in the NFC vying for the number one seed, Philadelphia is, yes, as well, but right now are in the same division. Minnesota and Detroit, and they play later in a couple weeks. I wish East Orange had a hockey team, and that could be correct, Trent, but I know you're joking. But they've got some really tough teams coming up. Teams that could next week also both be playoff teams if Green Bay wins tomorrow or draws. A win. Wait, let me make sure that's true. I don't know if a draw actually sends Green Bay to the playoffs. No, it does. It does, actually. But they are they're already in the postseason. But now they tie Detroit with a win, 27-24 over Seattle. And now the Seahawks must win to stay in divisional hopes. They can still get into the wild card. Although, here's the interesting thing. If Seattle and we won't find this out till after the Red Zone show next week, but if Seattle loses against Chicago. The Rams win and the Commanders beat the Falcons. The Seahawks are eliminated from the playoffs. Trying to get to the line of scrimmage. Are back in Buffalo. And he stopped on 3rd and inches. So I don't think the Raiders have the ball right now. But if they do, I hope they get to us so we can figure out if Brock Bowers is going to break this NFL record. Short screen. Caught. And Miami gets close to the marker. They're starting to move. Drake May gets the first down. He gets more. He gets into Buffalo territory. On 4th down, they had to go for it. May is in the gun. 2:35 and change in Buffalo. 3 games now only going on, and we're going to be done after all the red zone games are final. And that is Buffalo winning by 10. Miami winning by 2. And they lose a ton of yards. 2:50 and change to go in the 4th quarter. San Francisco's getting the ball with all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. There is a flag down from that reaction. It looks like it's on New England. The Raiders are up, I think, by 6 still, 20-14. Jacksonville, I believe, has the football. It is on the Bills. Unnecessary roughness penalty, and New England's going to move the chains. Why is Miami going? Oh, well, their season's on the line. Or they might be trying to draw them off, honestly. Yeah, they're trying to draw them off. Did they get a timeout? I think they did. Either a timeout or a delay a game, and it is 4th and 5. Well, it's either 4th and 5 or 4th and 10 for Miami. But an unnecessary roughness on the Bills, and the Patriots don't have a great chance, but they have a chance here because it's 1st and goal, and if they score, it's a 1-possession game, and especially if they score before the 2-minute warning, they have all 3 timeouts, and there's the 2-minute warning. They led for a long time. They even had a 14-0 lead. They have no points since then, but they trail by 10 with the ball. Drake May is going to have to snap it soon. I don't think he got it off. What is going on here? We have flags all over the field. Jason Sanders is going to try a field goal here, which would force San Francisco to score a touchdown. He's been money. He's been real good. Jason Sanders' kick is right down Broadway. 2:10 to go. Miami's lead is 5. Dolphins by 5. The 49ers, who have had trouble scoring, especially in the end zone, need a touchdown. They have nothing to play for. But I will say that going into this game, at least in warm-ups, they probably didn't know that they were out. And after the first quarter, they knew. Your psyche going into the game is still going to be win. Throw to Hunter Henry, incomplete, no flags, back in Buffalo. But, that one only starting there next week. Now, next week they play, who is it? Oh, Detroit. Yeah, that's right, on Monday Night Football. And they would have nothing to play for. I think they're home in that game. Yes, they are. I believe that is their final home game. It is. Next week on Monday Night Football. Against the Lions team, who has a number 1 seed and a division title to play for. Drake May lofts this one. Incomplete. Into the end zone. It's 3rd and goal with 2:18 left in the 4th quarter. You could kick the field goal here if you don't get it. But I think at this point, here's the problem. If you don't get any points, game's over. But you're in the position where you kind of want to score a touchdown here because you're so close and it's so hard to score a touchdown on a team like the Bills. So you kind of want to score. You would want to score a touchdown here and then take your lumps to get a field goal otherwise. Also, remember, a Dolphins win, they stay in the playoff race. We'll update all the AFC stuff. Incomplete flag. Flag. Oh, flag. There's no way they weren't going to throw a flag, and it's going to be interference on the Bills. They tried that. Here's Purdy throwing high. Caught. First down, 49ers. 2-minute warning. Juwan Jennings from Tennessee. The Volunteers. The Vols. And the 2-minute warning we got in Miami. We're not even in the 2-minute warning here, so that's good. Problem is, with these games speeding and that Vegas game taking forever, it looks like we're going to have to do a radio call on that. Although, it's a one-possession team with the trailing team, with a one-possession game with the trailing team with the football in Miami. And here, New England could make this a one-possession game. First and goal. Handoff up the gut. He loses yards. And they either have to take a timeout or snap it quickly or no, 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning in Buffalo. Bills, good guys, by 10. Second and goal for New England, who need to score quickly to keep their hopes alive. They do have all 3 timeouts. Trailing by 10. Bills 24, New England 14. All right, so 2-minute warning there. 2-minute warning there. What's going on in Vegas? That's what I want to know. 2-minute warning in Miami. Home team has the lead. The game has kind of gone the way it has. Okay, 4th and 10. Raiders have the ball. I wonder if Bowers. You know what I'll do? I'll go see if it'll let me do like stat by stat game stats completely. Yeah, let me see if it'll let me do that. The Raiders leading, of course, as we know. Okay. I'm going off the play-by-play after the touchdown, the last touchdown. What the Raiders did. Jacksonville moving right now. They got 9, so that throw is caught. Mac Jones has the ball. So they got 9. So if you remember, he was at 20. That's right. 2052. So he was at 24. He just tied it. Oh my God. He just tied it. Brock Bowers, I think Miami just got a pick. Oh, man. Miami just got a pick. Or they got something. I don't know what just happened. Yep. They just got an interception. Brock Bowers in that game. I know there's not a lot. Those 2 teams are eliminated. He just intercepted Brock Purdy. So Niners have the 3 timeouts. They're going to need to use them all. But yes, Brock Bowers is a receiving yard away from setting the all-time record, I believe. Let me make sure that's true. Yes, he's tied the all-time record for receiving yards as a rookie in a single season. It is incomplete. There are flags. We are in Buffalo talking about that. A minute 50 left in the fourth quarter. Miami, the good handoff. It gets close to the line to gain. And a timeout by San Francisco, but they get 8. That's not what you want. And we have a man down for the 49ers. So back and forth in Buffalo. I'm going to be monitoring that play-by-play. They're at the 2-minute warning in Jacksonville, in Vegas, excuse me. They have to go the length of the field. They trail by 6. So the only if Jacksonville scores, I guess, here. So if we want to see it on our air right now, you root as it's a touchdown New England. Demario Douglas. They finally got it. It is a one-possession game with 1 minute 46 left. I don't know how many timeouts they have, but yes, that's kind of interesting. You root for Jacksonville to score a touchdown here, then Vegas is going to have to go the length of the field. And Brock Bowers, with a catch that's with a positive yard catch, will set the record today. That's stunning. That is stunning. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. So San Francisco would have to score a touchdown with about 20 seconds left, or Miami is going to stay with their playoff hopes. We're back in Vegas. Mac Jones' throw is caught. It is short, close around the marker. And he's got a man. 10-5, touchdown, Dolphins. Devin Achane, the rookie from Texas A&M, and the Miami Dolphins are going to stay alive in the playoff race. The Chargers and the Broncos needed things to go right. They did not go right, but at least the Chargers took care of their business. This was not a fun week to be a Broncos fan, though. You lose in debilitating fashion to your rival. Miami is going to cap off a win. Indy is going to win. Although you do have the tiebreaker on Indy, that helps. What a huge game Denver will have against Cincinnati. We're going to talk about that after the end of the show. We're going to talk all about the AFC odds, as there is only one NFC team playing right now, and that team has nothing to do with the playoffs. Bills have a 3-point lead right now. We're back in Vegas, 4th and 1. Jaguars have 2 timeouts, but it doesn't look like they have anything to do if they don't get it, but they get it. ATN to the Jaguar 41. They still have 2 timeouts. Oh, but a flag. But a flag. A late flag that the Raiders think is on Jacksonville. It is. It's a hold, and it's 4th and 6. All right, Patriots never got in. I don't know what they did. And Drake May lost the snap and fell on it. And now it's 3rd and goal. And the Bills are back to a 10-point lead with a minute 38 to go. Okay. 3rd and goal. May takes the snap. He throws into the end zone. Now it's a touchdown. Hunter Henry, touchdown. New England, a minute 13 left. This is a one-possession game. He's limping. 4th and 11. They makes the catch. He spins. He's taken down in bounds. And I think the Raiders are going to win the game. A game that, to the players, they'll love. To the fans, they don't want to win this game. Because Tennessee is going to take over the number 2 overall pick, at least for now, with their loss and their tiebreaker win on Jacksonville, who would lose the tiebreaker on the Raiders. With Jacksonville's tiebreaker, excuse me. Extra point coming for New England. Kick is right down Broadway. I think the Bills are going to nightcap us, guys. I know that's insane, but I think they are. It is 24-21. Bills only by 1. Purdy is rumbling his way through, but look, I don't think they got a shot here. 29-17. You need a touchdown, an onside kick, and some other score. With the time left, you would probably need a touchdown. It is incomplete in Miami with 59 seconds left at 2nd and 10. Now, I'm interested to see how many timeouts New England has here. They have all three. They kept all three. They can deep kick it if they want, but the play would be, you would think, to go for an onside kick. Purdy is getting out of there, and Purdy is reversing field, and he is sacked. All right. The 1-1 possession game, because I think that Jaguars game just ended. I think that just went final. Also, by the way, third period late, Panthers have a lead. 1-goal game. Same thing with Utah and Anaheim. Same thing with Washington and LA on Los Angeles Kings. Onside kick coming. This one is going to squib up high. I believe we have the ball. We do. We have the ball, but New England has all three timeouts. The Raiders are not going to do this, but what I would do, honestly, I would just throw a passing play to Bowers just to set the record right here in front of your fans. Unless, of course, you have another home game if you're the Raiders. Oh, they do. In week 17. Well, if they don't... it's 4th down. But it's over. Time expired. Raiders win. And Brock Bowers has tied the all-time NFL record for receiving yards by a rookie tight end with the Hall of Fame coach and player Mike Ditka, one of the greatest tight ends that ever played. And they play 2 more games. All he needs is 1 receiving yard, and he will set the record. It is short, George Kittle, short of the sticks, and this thing's over. I mean, pretty much at this point. They spiked the ball. They need a touchdown, an onside kick, and another touchdown. But we got Miami and San Francisco, and I believe, yes, Bills Patriots, unless something crazy happens, is going to be the final game. The Bills have done it again to be our nightcap, which means I don't need to use the radio, which is perfect for us. Good handoff, close to the 30. It'll be 2nd down for Buffalo. Bills, timeout. New England. Incomplete on the throw. It's 4th and 1. If you have any chance here, you got to score a touchdown on this play. Oh, wait, no. That was 4th down. So Miami's going to take over on kneel down, and the Dolphins will now officially win this game and stay in the playoff hopes. I'm waiting for that officially to go final, if they show it, but I don't know if they will. They're going to show the Bills right now. Miami just has to take a kneel down, and then they will win. But the Raiders win, which is bad for them, and that means that Tennessee will be in the 2nd overall. Here's a sweep for the Bills. Short of the line to gain. 3rd down. Timeout. Bills, they're going to go off of that game, so we will go to the game. So Miami wins the game. Miami wins. They stay in their playoff hopes. So we sent the sweep, and they're just re-showing that play because they're a little behind, and it will be 3rd down. The final game of our Red Zone stream for the 3rd straight week. The Bills carry us. New England has used their final timeout now. So if the Bills don't get it, they're going to be able to bring this clock quickly. And New England's going to have to throw their way into scoring range. If New England somehow wins this game, they will give the number 1 seed to Kansas City. Bills 24, New England 21. Jumbo formation, 54 seconds left, a first down, and it's ball game. Or a penalty against New England. Sweep, he is short. He's short of the line to gain. So now, New England is not going to get a lot of time here. They're going to get around 11 to 9 seconds left. So they're not even going to they're going to throw a Hail Mary of some sort of lateral play to win this game. Now, if you're the Bills, do you... Oh, I do it. I just thought about it. Do you go for it on 4th down? Yes. Yes, you absolutely do. It's 4th and 1. You use Josh Allen as a running back. You pile drive him there. If it's short, timeout, 10 seconds left. If it's short, New England takes over in their own territory with 10 seconds left. It's one or two Hail Marys, and then you just got to bat the ball down. I would not punt this. That would open up the field. That would open up space. I wouldn't punt it. But 4th and 1, decision time for the Bills. Do you put it into the potential MVP's hands and let him go to work? It's 4th and 1. He is in the game. Allen under center. They have another timeout. So if they want to draw him off, they call another timeout and run the play. They can do that. Bills can absolutely do that if they want to. Josh is going to drive towards the line. I think he got there. I think Josh got the first down. Yes. First down, Bills. Bills win. The number 1 seed. Say it with me. Up for grabs. The Bills survive a game they shouldn't, but they do. New England played a great game, but they do not come up victorious. New England will, I believe, go to LA. I don't think they're home. No, they are home. They'll finish their final 2 games against 2 potential playoff teams. 1 playoff team, these guys, in 2 weeks. And also the Chargers. But Buffalo needs a loss by Kansas City on Christmas and a win next week against the New York Jets. In this building, in their final home regular season game against the Jets next week. I believe we'll have that on Red Zone. All right, before we go, I told you we'd do the AFC Red Zone live stream. So let's do it now. The AFC playoff picture, because all the AFC games are done. So Miami comes in. Now they have next week. Miami 7-8. Miami is okay. So Kansas City, as we know, clinch home field with a Bills loss or draw against the Jets, or a win against Pittsburgh. On Christmas Day, the Chiefs would clinch home field throughout the AFC playoffs. Okay. Texans with a loss, they stay at 4. with a win and a Steeler loss of any kind. Well, we're talking about the future. Let's talk about the clinches next week. Just next week. Everybody's at 7, right? A Charger win clinches the Chargers. A Bronco win. Also, the Panthers beat the Lightning. A Bronco win clinches Denver into the playoffs. In fact, a Bronco and a Charger win eliminate Cincinnati They eliminate what are the other two teams? Miami and Indianapolis, because they would both go to 10 wins. Cincinnati needs a win, and they need a loss by either one of those West teams to stay alive. They are eliminated with wins by both of those teams. And Cincinnati's playing Denver anyway. Indianapolis, same thing. Although Indianapolis they would rather Denver win and the Chargers not, because Indianapolis doesn't have the tiebreaker. So if they get to 9, they would lose out. So again, Indy needs one of those two teams to lose, but they would prefer it to be the Chargers. And then Miami needs one of those two teams to lose, or a loss eliminates them. But it's kind of funny, actually. The AFC playoff picture could be, the way they scheduled it, the AFC playoff picture could be completely clinched by our show, by our stream, by my stream next week. Who's the 1 seed in the NFC right now? Detroit. I'm not going over the NFC because there are 4 more NFC games, and there's a lot of different things that happen with it. But the AFC, we can kind of look at for next week for clinches. We can't really for the NFC. So those are the clinches and eliminations so far. I don't believe 11. I'm just looking. Steeler win, they get to 11 or 10. Let me look at Baltimore real quickly. So in the division, so Steelers are 3-2 in their division. Ravens are 2-2, 3-2. So, all right. So they would both be at. Right. They would both land at 2-2. Okay. So a Pittsburgh win and a Baltimore loss does not give Pittsburgh the division, but it would cause Baltimore to. It would cause a Pittsburgh win and a Baltimore win. We'll talk about that in week 17, actually. That division cannot be clinched this week, I'm almost positive. If it can, I'll mention it during the broadcast when they officially make the odds. I think those will be probably sent in probably after tomorrow night's game or Tuesday morning. But I believe Pittsburgh and Baltimore, that division cannot be clinched. I don't think so. I don't believe so. Oh, wait a minute. Apologies. No, I'm incorrect. Pittsburgh does clinch the AFC North with a win and a Raven loss the way that they're put because... No, wait. Yes. Because right now... Wait. Baltimore's 3-2, I think, in their division. Let me look again. All right, that'd be 3-2 as opposed to 3-3. Actually, no, incorrect, because then the divisional marker would be a little less than Baltimore's because they'd be at three. They would be at 3-3, and Baltimore could be at 4-2. That's right. So no, I was correct the first time. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, that division cannot be decided next week. So that's not a clinching scenario. We talked about the eliminations just to go over it again. Cincinnati, Miami, and Indianapolis all need to win. They also need one of the AFC West teams to lose on Saturday. Kansas City can clinch with a win or a Buffalo loss or a draw. Pretty good for Clayton Keller. Buffalo, who right now is with 12 wins, Buffalo can clinch a top 2 seed with a win against the Jets as well. So that's... And Houston with a loss is eliminated from going higher than 4, as we said. So, yeah, that's the AFC pretty much. That's pretty much the AFC. So a fire wagon amount of all the AFC stuff is going to go down in Week 17 because those AFC teams are there. So, okay, guys. Okay. So, good night, everybody. Happy football, everybody. We'll see you next week for Week 17 wild card. That show for the wild card show. All right. Good night, everybody. Happy football, everybody. For the Red Zone show. Sorry.